reality rap.
Problem is, what the problem is,
whatever that fucking mean. Yeah.
Let's go.
Fuck you niggas and I mean that. You want war, bitch, I bring that. Real niggas dressing all black. I'll put your life in the past. All you lames ain't gon' last. Put that dumb shit in the trash. I be y'all out in the jungle wildin' with gorillas even when they spaz. I was boosting them was back out. Run all up in your stash house. Tell you niggas kick the cash out. 45 on your ass. A lot of y'all dudes is acting. Keep on saying that y'all trapping. Put you right up on the news channel 45, asking what happened. Big nigga and I'm hustling. I dare you niggas try to touch me. So official like the ref, I got some real niggas that'll leave you dusty. I ain't never had nothing, making something out of nothing. Out here grinding real hard, trying to turn the devil to an English muffin. I whip the work like a slave nigga. Streets know I'm a go-getter. I can never be a whole nigga. Real facts, you's a whole nigga. Catch the boy in the club. Watch the vibe bubble up. Profit going double up. Really never give a fuck. My hood really about that. Cross the line, then we off black. Kill a nigga when it's off black. Smoke you chunks like some gas. My father never really fuck with me. None of these niggas can't fuck with me. Say it twice so you remember me. None of y'all can't fuck with me. So how I wipe like I just dropped the molly. Wait for a young dumb ass nigga to try me. Giving them shots to the face of the body. It's like a boxer, man, shots to the body. I done did a lot of dumb shit, a lot of beat a hater up type shit. I got that shit straight from high and out, nigga out real. I saw the teens of that musty. It was loud, it was crunchy. That's when housing came and rushed me. Came around every corner, had me on the ground. That's when they cuffed me. Had to switch the game up. Started capping up for slugs. I'm getting money, nigga, what? I'm getting money, nigga, what? Nobody couldn't tell me nothing cause a real nigga never gave a fuck. Homie told her that was fucked up. Real talk, that was fucked up. When I see you little nigga hit you with that 40, let you know your time's up. Gritty nigga still hungry. Yes, the boy still hungry. I be in my own lane fighting like a champ, getting to the money. All that stupid shit, they gon' give me some money and ball out. I'ma stack it so high to the ceiling that when it come to my house, you gon' fall out. Only real niggas know what I'm talking about. Shoot up a nigga like him in a movie. Spit it for reals like we shooting a Uzi. Crossing the beach, you be out of here. Homie, you know I don't show no fear. Treat you like magic, you disappear. Make sure you haters is crystal clear. Get them away from here. Get them out of here. Get them out of here.
There you go. Dress it up to make it real for me. Whatever that fucking means. What you bitch ass niggas?
This is a manufactured criminal case.
Ridiculous charges.
What happened today was offensive to the Constitution.
They've never articulated the crime here.
Awaken the sleeping giant.
What the radical left Democrats are counting on is your silence and your submission.
No one's going to stop us. No one's going to slow us down.
The only way for us to fight back successfully is to elect Donald Trump in November. When President Trump came out and said the real verdict will be on November 5th, he couldn't be more right.
So don't get mad. Get motivated.
We will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Let me take you higher and show you how you should feel. Baby, there's something now available in your body. Yeah. Whatever it is you want from me, baby. See, you don't have to say nothing. Know your body won't. It's easy for me to see that your body is going for me. I can hear it calling me. You know the word. I can hear it calling me. Yeah. I can hear it calling me. I went to Rkelly concert. He's here. This right here. Hey. I hear you calling me. I hear you calling me. I'm listening. I thought I heard somebody over here calling me. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. Listening. I hear you calling me. I'm listening. I hear you calling me. I heard somebody over here calling me. Whoa, whoa. Yeah.
This president deserves the support of the Black community because he's earned it.
There is a silent majority of us that see you, see what you're doing, see what you did for HBCU schools. That was actually the deal for us.
I wager to say that there is no American president since Lincoln that has had the impact for Black America that President Trump has had.
Joe Biden supported the crime bill in '94.
He has imprisoned Black America, basically.
Trump supported the NAACP and Black youth like myself in '87.
He's a businessman. He's bringing businesses back into America.
Bringing jobs back to America. Bringing the truth back and stopping needless wars.
My day is going to be amazing. I'm never going to forget this day. This day is historic.
In 2016, I made you a solemn pledge. I would be your greatest champion. In the first 3 years, we achieved the lowest Black unemployment rate in history. We achieved the largest job gains for African Americans on record. The poverty rate for African Americans reached the lowest level ever recorded. I did more for the Black community in 47 months than Joe Biden did in 47 years.
We cannot deny that man has done everything that he has set out to do in record-breaking time. Can we say 3 years? Can we say 3 years?
We will create 3 million new jobs for the Black community. Open 500,000 new Black-owned businesses. Bring even greater fairness to the justice system. We did criminal justice reform.
I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
Create a ladder of opportunity for African American children by delivering school choice to every parent in America. Together we made unbelievable progress and achieved once unimaginable success. And with your support, your vote, and your voice, the best is yet to come.
You can expect us to come out in droves in your support. For absolute certainty. That's a certainty.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. Woo. What up, what up, what up, what up? What's going on, everybody that's watching on all platforms? What's going on? Shout out to y'all that's here. Y'all know I was coming. Y'all know I was coming hard. Y'all know I was gonna bring it. I must say though, that every shakeup don't deserve a panic. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. I want to say shout out to all of y'all, because without y'all, there's no me. Listen. I don't want to call names because I'll be calling forever. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on YouTube. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Facebook. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Twitch. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Kick. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Rumble. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Instagram. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat on LinkedIn. Definitely shout out to everybody that's in the chat on Twitter. I want to say for all of you that follow me, I want to say thank you so much, because once again, without y'all, there wouldn't be no me. Y'all know how I do. I'm going to read the paperwork. But before I read the paperwork, I'm going to talk about some things. What's going on? Without the paperwork, before we read the paperwork, I'm going to talk about some things. And some things that I'm going to talk about is going to ruffle a little bit of feathers. We ain't even going to talk politics. We're going to talk realness. We're going to talk realness. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think it comes no realer than me. So what I'm going to say is, if you want to donate to this channel and you on YouTube or you on Rumble, there's a bag on Rumble at the bottom with a $sign in it. On YouTube, there's a box at the bottom with a $sign in it. You can support this channel. You can donate to the super chat or the pot. Nothing too little, nothing too small. Dana J definitely appreciate it all. If you want to directly send me something for lunch, or you just want me to have something, specify that. But send it to my Cash App at $OfficialDanaJay. Also, come follow me on Patreon, y'all. I drop some things on Patreon that I don't drop over here. Also, don't forget, you can find me on certain days, which is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, over on TikTok. I'm going to be playing music, and I be jamming over there. So if you want to come jam with me, just come holler at me on TikTok, because we get it in. With that being said, I'm gonna say this. I know most of y'all heard the news. Some people are cheering, some people are crying, some people just don't give up. You already know what I'm about to say. However, New York Appeals Court, the appellate court, the Supreme Court of New York, decided not to hear Robert's case. And decided not to, they decided not to take up Robert's case. What Rob are you talking about, Dana? I'm talking about R. Kelly. People that been here from day one, we seen all of the BS that happened. We seen all of the misjudgment, and we seen all of the lies and the corruption. And my thing is this: if you big enough to get on the internet and pound and hound and lie and tell your side of your truth about Robert Sylvester Kelly, you are no longer exempt from people ideations with what they feel about you. You see what I'm saying? So I can't get on here and say, no, I don't want nobody talking about me. But I'm a whole public figure out here. It's just when you go too far with it, that's when the problem becomes the problem. Just like when you go too far with these victims, that's when the problem becomes a problem. But on the internet, I find it that you have ops that link up because they don't like a certain person or they don't like a certain content creator. So when you have your ops link up with certain people that's supposed to be close to you, it's easier to give you a life sentence because the person that's supposed to be close to you is leaking bogus information, whether it's true or false. They're leaking the information that they know will hurt you to your ops. Why am I going this far? Why am I saying that? Because the same people that Robert trusted leaked out false allegation to who? The ops. Who was the ops? The feds. Wow. So with that being said, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say this. I only believe out of the brotherhood, it was only 4 people out of the brotherhood that never spoke with them people. Everybody else went and told. I believe that. I will never know who they are because I don't get to see the list. But Robert know who they are. And they down as unsolicited co-conspirators. So with that being said, New York gave him a 30-piece. Chicago came behind it and gave him a 30-piece, 29 suspended except for 1 day. And they ran it all together. So when people be like, Dana, I don't see you talking to certain people no more, you won't. After finding out what I had to find out and seeing how people move, I'm in the realm where I'm saying F everybody that's not on the same agenda. This is what happens when you evolve after 5 years. So my focus now is Robert needs to get a pardon. It was said that he will get pardoned. It was said that. Now, why haven't he got pardoned yet? I don't know. I ain't asked that part. But I'm quite sure certain things had to happen. Like today. And the same judge, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get into this paperwork. So what I need y'all to do is, because it's lengthy, go get your paper. Go get your paper. Go get your pen. Take notes. Take notes. Go get you something to drink. Because we're going to take a little 2-minute joint. And we coming right back with this paperwork the way Dana J do. Time to break it down. Time to get it good. Let's see what the judges had to say about this. Let's go. Yes, sir. I did that for a reason. Let's go.
Shooter, you shot me in the heart, and I've been dying since we've been apart. Oh, shooter, I don't think I'm gonna make it. See, I'm just as good as dead. I'm good as dead. Whoa, bullseye. Girl, you shot me down to my knees, yeah. Since you took your love from me, and I'm holding on to the hopes that you will return. Although I feel I've lost you forever, I will believe that you still love me. Girl, say you do, say you do, say you do, say you still love me, shooter, shooter, yeah. You shot me in the heart, oh yeah. And I've been dying since we've been apart. Oh, 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 shooter, shooter, I don't think I'm gonna make it. No, and I'm just as good as dead. Ooh, ooh, ooh. See, I neglected the fact that your love was precious, and I should have took more better care of it. And now every minute you're gone, girl, I sit here just dying alone. And I wish that I could have dodged that bullet of you leaving me. Shooter, shooter, you shot me in the heart. And I've been dying since we've been apart, yeah. Oh, shooter, no, no. Oh, I don't think that I'm gonna make it. No, no, no. And I'm just as good as dead, yeah. Oh, shooter, girl, you shot me in the heart. And I've been dying since we've been apart, yeah. Shooter, 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 shooter. See, I just don't think that I'm gonna make it without you, baby. Shooter, I gotta go. I don't wanna go, but I got to go.
All right, shout out to everybody that's here. Thank y'all so much. We're going to jump into this paperwork. Shout out to the mamas in the chat. Oh, who I see? Mama Love. I see Mama Love. I see and Malik, what's up, bro? I see Prima Donna. Yes, sir. Angela Smith, Wafia. Marquita Nails. Blessed and Anointing. Okay, Nikki M. What up, Nick? I miss you, sis. Blame it. You know what? You can forgive me because I was supposed to call you right. I was supposed to call you. I'm sorry. Miss Lady T, Willie, everybody else. Hey, check it out. We're going to go there now. So now that we about to go here, I got to give you a backstory. Miss Jennifer Bonjean, she did an explosive 27-page document that she broke down about all the corruption that was going on the Rkelly case. And I got to do this because some of the stuff that y'all need to see. So let's go. No, right here, untitled. All right. So I got to do it this way. So that way y'all won't be in a loop about what you're seeing. So as I talk about Miss Jennifer Bonjean, we're going to do it like this. Miss Jennifer Bonjean broke down a 27-page hot indictment. But a hot rebuttal to the Second Circuit Court. Then she did a live and she gave all case laws and everything that's going on. The first was the argument. The first argument was the government failed to prove defendant guilty of racketeering where the record is devoid of evidence of an enterprise comprised of members who shared a common illegal and fraudulent purpose, and where the defendant and the alleged enterprise were indistinct. Okay. That was the first thing she broke down, and she broke that down. Then she broke down B, an enterprise requires a shared purpose of fraudulent or illegality as the government charged in its indictment. Then from there, and she proved all of that, and she broke it down. She gave y'all all that. Then it says municipal entities can be party of an unlawful purpose, association, in fact, enterprise, so long as those who control the entities shared the purposes of the enterprise. RICO. I guess that's why I don't like nobody named Rico now. But RICO does not require intention or purposeful behavior by corporations charges as members of an association. In fact, citation omitted, a RICO enterprise animated by an illicit common purpose can be comprised of an association. In fact, municipal entities and human members when the latter exploits the former to carry out that purpose. Then she went on down to share to see the government did not show a common purpose of any illegal or illicit conduct as charged. Then she went on down and Jennifer Bonjean broke it down in Jennifer Bonjean fashion, and she put it and she made it so easy that the dumb can understand. Then she went to D. Defendant and the enterprise are not distinct. Then she just broke it down. Someone gave it case law, and she gave you more. Then she said the government's evidence of intent as to the Mann Act violations related to Jane and Faith were insufficient. Then she broke that down because they use, what state did they use? California and New York. Okay, so cool. Broke that down some more. Then she said 3. Defendant was denied a fair and impartial jury where several of the seated jurors admitted that they prejudged the defendant's guilt, and trial counsel provided ineffective assistance as of counsel when he failed to move to disqualify patently unqualified jurors. Then she broke down and she talked about surviving Rkelly. Okay. Then she gave you more and more. Then they talk about due process. The requirement of due process of law and judicial procedures is not satisfied by the argument that men of the highest honor and the greatest self-sacrifice could carry it on without danger of injustice. Then it says every procedure which would offer a possible temptation to the average man to forget the burden of proof required to convict the defendant, or which might lead him to not hold the balance nice, clear and true between the state and the accused, denies the latter due process of law. And then that's when Bonjean broke it down. She gave you Turner versus Louisiana. She gave you Redu versus Louisiana. She gave you nothing but case law. And she gave you nothing but everything that you need. So now that we know that Jennifer Bonjean did her part in that, let's see what the government comes back and says. And what the government says is, United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, August term 2023, argued March the 18th, 2024, decided February the 12th, 2025. What's the date of today? What's the date of today? The 12th, right? I got a problem with this already. If this was decided on February the 12th, 2025, how in the world did they get the paperwork out this fast? They don't normally do that. So United States of America appellee. Y'all know where I'm going with this. United States of America appellee versus Robert Sylvester Kelly, aka R. Kelly, defendant appellant. I have one question. If you guys can see the screen well, right? Ask yourself this question. When, or should I say, why is this Robert Sylvester Kelly associated with this R. Kelly? I broke that down for y'all for a good 2 years. And I'm not going to rush today. I'm going to break this down to so, I mean, I'm going to break it down so deep that you can really understand. Why is Robert Sylvester Kelly name the same as associated with R. Kelly when it's two different people? Let's break it down. One is a person, one is a man, and one is an entity. So how is it that they are spelled the same? That's an improper term by the court, which means that if it's spelled like this, there's a bond. See, every way y'all want me to let this go, I can't. Because when you look at it, whether or not you agree with it, you have to understand the fact that since House Joint Resolution 192 was put in place, the only way that this country survives is off of bonds and stocks and lies. You even have the judges' last names in all caps. But what's missing is the first name. With that being said, why is Ann Donnelly in proper form? They don't have the A, they just got J. Donnelly in proper form, which is capital first letter, everything else lowercase. The reason why they made Robert Sylvester Kelly and R. Kelly one and the same, because the birthright was not reclaimed. So therefore, they are assuming that Robert Sylvester Kelly is in fact what the record label created as R. Kelly, and they are assuming that he is dead at sea. So with that being said, the government is assuming that they have all control of the vessel Robert Sylvester Kelly. I know I lost some people there. So let's go there. Appeal from a judgment of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York, Donnelly J., convicting defendant appellant, a recording artist and singer, of racketeering and Mann Act violations. Stop. For all of y'all out there that want to say he's a pedophile, where do you see that at? Because I notice when it comes to certain people, y'all are quick to say certain people are pedophiles, but y'all quick to fall back from certain people and say, oh no, they're not a pedophile. You see racketeering and Mann Act violations. Mann Act is carrying a female across state lines to have sex with them. And this violation was brought into act to counter one person, Jack Johnson, because Jack Johnson was a boxer that could no white man beat. And let's put it out there, no Caucasian man could beat Jack Johnson. So they hit him with the Mann Act because he was taking all the Caucasian women. So it says defendant appellant challenges his convictions on several grounds, including the sufficiency of the evidence, the constitutionality of state laws underlying his federal convictions, the impaneling of certain jurors, and ineffective assistance of counsel during voir dire, and purported errors in the district court's evidentiary rulings and restitution orders. Affirmed. Judge Sullivan concurs in part and dissents in part in a separate opinion. Stop. How can you agree in one part and disagree in the other part? It's either all or nothing. It's either he's guilty all the way or he's innocent all the way. Let's see. So Kayla C. Bensing, Assistant United States Attorney, Nicholas J. Moscow and Lauren H. Albert, Assistant United States Attorneys on the brief for Breon Peace, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Brooklyn, New York for Rkelly, Jennifer Bonjean for Robert Kelly. Let's see what Judge Chin said first. Judge Chin, circuit judge, said, defendant appellant Robert Sylvester Kelly, a recording artist and singer also known as who? Rkelly, appeals from a final judgment entered in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York, Jay Donnelly. I thought her name was Ann Donnelly. So where does Ann come from? This Jay Donnelly. Okay. Following a 6-week trial, jury trial, convicting him of racketeering in violation of the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, 18 U.S.C. 1962C, and transportation and coercion in violation of the Mann Act, 18 U.S.C. 2421A, 2422A, 2422B, and 2423A. Then it says, enabled by constellation of managers. Stop. So can we stop saying that he's a pedophile? Even though that's what a lot of y'all grew up on. That's what a lot of y'all was hearing in the neighborhood. That's what a lot of y'all was saying, that he's a pedo. But his charges don't say pedophilia. So can we stop that? And that go for the parents too. I'm talking to Angelo Clary, and I'm talking to Ms. Rogers, and I'm talking to Tim Savage. Speaking of Tim, have you heard from your daughter yet? Rob been locked up 5 years. Stockholm Syndrome worked that long? That was a sidebar. So it says, enabled by a constellation of managers, assistants, and other staff for over 25 years, Kelly exploited his fame to lure girls and young women into his grasp. This what the judge saying. Evidence at trial showed that he would isolate them from our friends and family, control nearly every aspect of their lives, and abuse them verbally, physically, and sexually. When did that come out in court? Because everybody that got up there except for a man that worked for him said they love Robert, they don't want to see him in court, and he didn't do nothing wrong. But then they went to talk about what they didn't like because they wasn't number one. Now, this coming from somebody that was sitting in court. Majority of the court days in New York. But then let's go here. Because, see, we only on page 3. I told you, I'm going to be here today. And we only on page 3. So, when a female get with that new boyfriend, they ain't trying to hear from their mama. They ain't trying to hear from their daddy. They want to be up under their what? New boyfriend, right? So, when couples get into disputes, it's now criminal when both parties verbally assault one another? Physically. You steal from me, and I spank you on your tail, or I slap your tail. Not your face, but your tail. And because the rules that I have, I'm just putting it out there. Because the rules that I have is you can't steal from me. And then sexually, you saying abuse. Now, how's that abusement if we enjoying each other sexually? I might choke you. I might slap your tail. It might get a little intense. I might grab your hips. I might thrust a little hard. So ask yourself this question. With those 3 things, everybody that ever has sex with somebody should be in jail. Am I right or am I wrong? Thanks, Lex. I appreciate you, man. Everybody that has engaged in those 3 activities, that got into an altercation verbally, physically, or sexually, everybody that did that should be in jail, because everybody have had an argument. One relationship down the line, it has got physical, whether you got pushed or you pushed or she punched you in the face and you grabbed the hair or something. Physically means to touch. And sexually. I guess makeup sex is forbidden then, huh? Because makeup sex get crazy. You never know. You might start chaining people up to the bed or something. This is what I mean when I say they want to criminalize things that happen every day. And let's keep it a buck. They are the masters of the sexual criminal acts. I'm talking about the Caucasian men and women from the Caucasus Mountains. That's where bestiality came from. So on appeal, Kelly challenges primarily 1, the sufficiency of the evidence supporting his racketeering and manhunt convictions, including the underlying state and federal violations upon which they are predicated. Now watch this. Underlying state and federal violations, right? So when they dismissed the state charges, I told everybody, do not get happy. And folks was looking at me like I had 4 heads on. The reason being, because they kept it there long enough just so the federal court can do what? Reference what was said in the state case, which was a bunch of bull crackinackle. As long as they can refer back to the position or the state that got them to where they at, they got a fallback system. So now we can say what state charges, but too late. The feds have a fallback system, which they went back to what? Underlying state and federal violations. Upon which they are predicated. The constitutionality, here we go, of certain of those underlying state laws. 3, the impaneling of 4 jurors who were allegedly biased against him. The impaneling of 4 jurors? That's enough to convict you. 4, the district court's rulings on the admission of certain evidence at trial. 5, its order of restitution and the seizure of funds in his Bureau of Prisons, aka BOP inmate account. Wait till y'all hear that. We conclude that 1, there was sufficient evidence to support each of Kelly's convictions, including for the state and federal violations underlying his Mann Act convictions. Why do you think they keep throwing the state charges in there? Because without the state charges, they had nothing, which means double jeopardy. 2, the New York state law upon which some of the Mann Act violations were predicated was constitutional as applied to Kelly and Kelly's challenges to the California state law, upon which some of the other Mann Act violations were predicated, are untimely. The New York state law upon which some of the Mann Act violations were predicated was constitutional as applied to Kelly and Kelly's challenges to the California state law, upon which some of the other Mann Act violations were predicated, are untimely. The evidence did not support Kelly's claim that the 4 jurors Kelly challenges were biased against him or that trial counsel was ineffective during voir dire. What the hell? They came out and said they was against him and that they watched Surviving R. Kelly and they believed what Surviving R. Kelly had to say. So what was actually given to the district court? Since the defendant can't submit nothing, it all got to come from what's on court dockets. So what was actually submitted to the appellate court? The district court did not abuse its discretion in admitting certain evidence. And 5, the district court did not abuse its discretion in ordering restitution and seizure of Kelly's BOP inmate account funds. Whoa. Accordingly, the judgment of the district court is affirmed. Background. The facts. Following Kelly's initial indictment in June 2019, a federal grand jury returned a 3rd superseding indictment, the operative indictment, on March the 12th, 2020, charging Kelly with 9 counts. Count 1 charged Kelly with racketeering in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1962C and set forth 14 racketeering acts as to 6 victims. Counts 2 through 9 charged Kelly with violations of the Mann Act, 18 U.S.C. 2421-2424. The racketeering acts in count 1 and, let's get the underline, because Kelly appeals his convictions following a jury trial, our statement of the facts views the evidence in the light most favorable to the government, crediting any inferences that the jury might have drawn in its favor. United States versus Rosemond. Quoting United States versus Dinsa. The underlying unlawful conducts in counts 2 through 9 were predicated on various federal and state laws, including as relevant to this appeal. 1, 18 U.S.C. 1589A, forced labor. Stop it. Stop it. For all of y'all that don't know, they were saying that when Robert had sex with Faith and Geronda and lied to them, that was forced labor. My question is, how is that forced labor and nobody was on payroll? Sex is sex. So you mean to tell me that I can have sex with somebody, they can get mad at me, go file charges, and then hit me with forced labor charge? I just want you to think about this. I just want you to think about this. This is the reason why men is slow to deal with women now. I'm going to put it out there today. Because the minute we break up or have a disagreement, you can file charges on me. You can file charges on me and hit me with forced labor. 2, California Health and Safety Code. Wait a minute. California Health and Safety Code. Effective 1998. Willful exposure of a communicable disease. Stop. I have one question for everybody. If Robert Sylvester Kelly have herpes, since when does a communicable disease pick and choose what it want to infect and who it want to infect? So if I have herpes and I have 6 women that I slept with, herpes is not going to choose to hit. Listen, herpes is not going to choose 2, 4, and 6. If I have it, herpes is going to touch 1 through 6. Also, it was never determined that R. Kelly had herpes. They just assumed because he was taking Valtrex. But they failed to realize that his lymph nodes had to get surgery. And pus was coming out of his lymph nodes. And because he would not stay out the studio recording and singing, going against the doctor's wills, his stitches bust. So at will, his lymph nodes, where he had surgery, it'll swell up and pus will come out. So he had to continue taking what? Valtrex. But Valtrex is also used to fight herpes. Okay, so how can you just say a person got herpes? Well, Valtrex is not underlined to fight herpes. Valtrex is there to fight the pus that come from the herpetic bump or the surgery pus that comes out of the womb. A lot of people don't want to know the truth, though. Don't know the truth, though. They really don't want to know the truth. Prima said, and they had the janky ass doctor. Facts. So New York Penal Law 120.20, reckless endangerment. I don't know where that came from. And New York Public Health Law, knowing exposure of infectious venereal disease. That's herpes again. The evidence presented at trial established the following facts. A, Kelly's inner circle. Who was the inner circle? Kelly is an internationally recognized musician and performer. His career took off in the late 1980s. By the 1990s, Kelly employed a network of associates consisting of managers, an accountant, recording engineers, personal assistants, drivers, and runners. Kelly's inner circle worked not only to promote his music and professional brand, but also to enable him to exploit his fame and influence to sexually, physically, and verbally abuse a number of victims, many of whom were minors. Let's break that down. I do believe they say Kelly's inner circle worked not only to promote his music and professional brand, but also to enable him. Hold on. Where did it go? Hold on. My bad. Is this it? Yeah. I didn't even get far. Hold on. That's too much. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Here we go. All right. Kelly's Inner Circle not only worked to promote his music and professional brand, but also to enable him to exploit his fame and influence to sexually, physically, and verbally abuse a number of victims, many of whom were minors. Let's go there. When you talk about R. Kelly, it was the record label that built up the sexual persona of R. Kelly, was it not? If I'm lying, somebody put Dana, you're lying. It was the record label that built that up, right? But then they went as far and says the members of Kelly's Inner Circle. But before I go there, they said many of whom were minors. If that's the case, right? Faith wasn't a minor. From what we know, Azriel wasn't a minor. Uh-oh. I'm going to ruffle some feathers. Joy wasn't a minor. You know what they're going to say? But what about Aaliyah? There's no proof that Robert and Aaliyah slept with each other. Let's go a little deeper. If you was at court, you will also know that there's no record of a marriage of Robert and Aaliyah in Cook County. And that was said not by nobody testifying, but by the director of Human and Health Services of Chicago, Illinois. Then it says the members of Kelly's Inner Circle, Demetrius Smith, one of Kelly's first employees, met Kelly in 1984 when Kelly was a youngster, performing at a high school talent show in Chicago. Kelly appendix at 558-60. Smith worked as Kelly's personal assistant and tour manager from 1984 to approximately 1996. Helping Kelly secure his first record deal. At that time, Kelly employed Barry Hankerson as his business manager between 2003 and 2011. Tom Arnold also served as Kelly's studio and road manager. Daryl McDavid eventually took over for Hankerson in 2004. Diana Copeland began working as Kelly's personal assistant and later became his executive assistant, spending about 15 years totally working for Kelly. Kelly employed several runners, including Nicholas Williams and Anthony Navarro, whom completed miscellaneous errands for Kelly and his entourage. Later in his career, Kelly employed additional associates and personal assistants, including Cheryl Mack and two sisters, Suzette and Alicette Mayweather, which are the Mayweather sisters. In many respects, Kelly's staff had the responsibilities expecting of individuals working for an internationally famous singer and recording artist. For instance, Navarro, a runner, worked at the recording studio in the basement of Kelly's home in the Chicago suburbs. Navarro's duties including setting up the studio for recording sessions, running errands, and assisting higher level staff. Arnold, Kelly's road manager, was responsible for maintaining the tour buses and coordinating travel to Kelly's shows too. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If that's the case, why none of them locked up? One thing's for sure, two things for certain. When you're telling the truth, you don't need immunity. Why everybody that came for the government had absolute immunity? Hey, Wendy, this is my question. Everybody that testified for the government, whether they was forced or chose to, had absolute immunity. Why? Nobody can answer that question. Why? See, I'm going to break this down piece by piece. And so after I finish today, you ain't going to have no other choice but to say, yeah, these people lying. Kelly's staff facilitated the abuse of victims. There was, however, another aspect of the activities of Kelly's inner circle. Kelly's associates and employees made possible his decades-long operation to recruit and exploit young girls and women by enabling, facilitating, and shielding Kelly's abusive behavior from view. I got to ask another question, y'all. If that's the case, why aren't they in jail with Rkelly? As much as I hate to say this, but even an idiot saw through this and he said, one man ain't no enterprise. So if you got a retarded idiot that can see this, I know they can see this. So it says, first, at Kelly's direction, members of his entourage handed out Kelly's phone number on slips of paper to young girls Kelly saw at concerts and in public places. Hold on. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. And the reason why I say that, because not too long ago, I played a recording where Kitty Boo Boo said that Rkelly slipped her his number. She said other people was looking and said, Kelly want to talk to you. Kelly want to talk to you. But it was Kelly that slipped the number. So now the government is saying the entourage is slipping the number. Well, if the entourage is slipping the number, Kelly don't have nothing to do with that. I don't know who's giving my number out. Oh, mad one. Dana, they gonna come for you. Here they come. Here they come. Once Kelly began communicating with a girl by phone, what girl? FaceTime or text message, he or one of his associates would invite her to visit him. Watch this. Once Kelly began communicating with a girl by phone, FaceTime or text message, he or one of his associates, y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. He or one of his associates. That's how I know that this is a lie. Because if Kelly's dealing with somebody directly, the associates ain't touching that phone. The associates ain't going back and forth and telling nobody nothing. So if you want to make this believable, you could have said he would invite her to visit him. But by you throwing in or one of his associates, I smell bullshit. Then it says, often at his home or studio. Sometimes Kelly sent an employee to pick up the girl. Why is an employee picking up a girl and not a young woman? So the government, what you're saying so far is you are okay with implementing that his so-called runners or employees were operating in what? Sex trafficking? Or kidnapping of minors? But the gag is y'all are okay with it, government, as long as you got the big fish. Houseway. Houseway. I'm sorry, what you're giving and what you gave today that's supposed to smell like prima donna crunch cake smell like shit. So upon arrival, a member of Kelly's staff was usually there to receive the guests, and Kelly would instruct his staff on where to take her. Hold on. First you said they would go pick up a girl. Now you're saying upon arrival, a member of Kelly's staff was usually there to receive the guests. Why can't you say girl again? Because you, government, are not comfortable in what you're putting on paper. See, you can't give me this type of charge and think I'm not going to break this down. Kelly's employees were his eyes and ears. Golly, come on, man. What's going on, bro? You cry. Let's go 7. Jesus. Background facts. Okay. Okay, got it. Kelly's employees were his eyes and ears in his studios, residences, and on the road, helping him to enforce the strict rules he had in place for his guests. Hold on. So what you mean to tell me is that y'all okay, government, with guests coming in and running all through your house and doing whatever they want to do? If that's the case, you nasty. Because even the person who don't have much got rules in their house. When you go to a store, you can't do what you want to do in the store. You got to stand in line and get waited on, right? That's policy. They stood guard when Kelly confined his victims to a room or bus for hours or days on end as punishment for breaking his rules. What? When one victim, Anna, left Kelly's home without permission after an argument, Kelly confronted Copeland, who was then his personal assistant, about how she had let Anna leave. I'm lost. Beyond what was required to enforce his rules and communicate his demands and instructions, Kelly instructed his employees not to speak to his female guests. Facts. Kelly's employees knew that he abused girls both verbally and physically. Now watch this. If you are comfortable of putting that on paper and not charging these people, I can get out there and say it's a bold statement, but if y'all comfortable of charging Kelly and not these people and knowing this and putting this on paper, that means you, the government, are harboring and aiding and abetting people who are psychologically unfit to be where? In public. So that means that y'all down with sex trafficking and abuse of girls. That's what y'all put. For instance, Navarro overheard Kelly verbally abusing female guests, and Suzette Mayweather heard Kelly hit another victim, Jane, on at least one occasion. Kelly's employees knew, or at the very least turned a blind eye to, the fact that Kelly's female guests were often minors. I have a question. If me, Faith, Stephanie, Judah, EJ, Gospel Glam, Zay, if we go rob a bank and Shannon is the driver, I'm the only one get caught, and I tell on everybody, Don't everybody go to jail? So why is it that R. Kelly the only one that got to go to jail and everybody else got immunity? Somebody lie. Somebody lying. So Navarro recalled that the girls Kelly invited to the studio looked really young. Navarro was in his early 20s at the time, and the girls looked younger than he did. Watch this. Just because the females look younger don't mean that they were younger. You got some young teenagers that look like they 60, and you got some 60-year-olds that look like they 21. Just because they look younger don't mean that they're younger. So that's a boo-boo right there. And right now, I done called out at least 12. Williams, another runner, who was 19 years old when he worked for Kelly, thought the girls looked very young. You know what I'm starting to see? Perception in the courts is everything. If you can have it so they can perceive it to be something, that's what it's going to be. So Kelly's employees were responsible for arranging travel for the female guests. Wait a minute. Why not the female girls? To see Kelly, and in doing so would review the girl's identification. Hold on. Now it gets deeper. If y'all would ID the females, you would know if they were minors or not. So why nobody was happy to say that they were minors? When Arnold booked travel, he used the girls' names as they appeared on their ID and date of birth. Cheryl Mack booked travel for Jane when she was a minor. Jane, who admitted at trial that she had been concealing her true age from Kelly. So provided her real identification and birth date to Mack. Ooh. So I got a question. That means that Jane was running around with a fake ID. So how is it R. Kelly's fault that he's presented with a fake ID on one end, but then when things get sticky and she not the number one and Tasha K did all she had to do, now all of a sudden she a minor, or she was a minor back then. You can't have it both ways. So Suzette Mayweather later learned that Jane was 17 years old, and so far as the record shows, did not say anything. Juice, one of Kelly's living girlfriends, also learned that Jane was 17. Hold on. So when Robert found out she was 17, Robert did slap her and sent her back home to her parents. But as the records show, because I wasn't there, 24 hours later, the parents sent her back with a signed affidavit. Now, what the hell we got going on here? Something ain't right in the water. So members of Kelly's inner circle also knew that Kelly had a sexual transmitted disease, STD. Oh. Dr. Chris McGrath was Kelly's primary care physician for approximately 25 years, beginning in 1984, as early as February 1995. After Kelly had contracted gonorrhea, what? Dr. McGrath advised Kelly to disclose his STD status to partners and practice safe sex. Pause. That's the first time they ever mentioned gonorrhea. They said it was herpes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yo, I'm trying to, Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. So now herpes turns into gonorrhea. Where's Robert Keller at when I need him? Because I do believe that one of the victims' mama said, Kelly didn't give my daughter herpes. He tried to give her herpes. But if they had sex multiple times, how did he try and she never had it? Or she didn't contract it from him? Since when herpes turned into gonorrhea? That's what I want to know. Dr. McGrath advised Kelly to disclose his STD status to partners and practice safe sex. Although Dr. McGrath could not remember the precise date that Kelly contracted herpes. What the heck? Yo, hold on, man. Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, Jesus.
Adabashia, Adabokoshkataya. Ho! Adalobokosha. To be atuda the masika to ho.
I'm lost. Since when herpes turned into gonorrhea and gonorrhea can transform into herpes? What type of stuff do they got going on? Then it says prescription records indicate that Dr. McGrath was treating Kelly for genital herpes by March 19, 2007. So hold on. If he's being treated for genital herpes, right? Then how was they contracting herpes? Because genital herpes is on the balls or the testicles, not on the shaft. Y'all know what it is. Not on the wood. Make this make sense. Kelly had runners pick up his herpes medication from the pharmacy. Was it herpes or was it for the pus from the surgery in the neck? When Anna got tested for STDs, the doctor sends the results directly to Copeland, Kelly's personal assistant. Excuse me. Juice, at Kelly's instruction, booked a doctor's appointment for another victim. Jane, when Jane began to experience herpes symptoms and accompanied Jane to fill prescriptions for her treatment regimen. Stop. So you mean to tell me Azriel had herpes, but she went to Dubai and ain't nobody catch herpes? I'll wait. Employees face consequences when they did not follow Kelly's rules. If Kelly determined that a staff member broke a rule or otherwise disobeyed him, he would withhold their pay as a fine. He required several members of his inner circle to write letters falsely incriminating themselves as blackmail material. Pause. The government do not know that as facts. That's something that Azriel said. But she only said that when she got mad at Robert. But before she got mad at Robert, and before Tasha K did what she did, and before Tasha K talked to Larry, and before she talked to Angelo and all that, she was saying the same thing that her father was making her do stuff like that. And that her father only wanted money. But now that has flipped, now it's Rkelly that did that. What are you saying, Dana? When you got a person saying conflicting stories, you don't know which to believe. So therefore, one cancels out the other. We don't know if her father made her do that, and we don't know if Rkelly made her do that. So I guess Rkelly made her go talk to Greenberg too, right? When he was locked up. The math ain't mathing. And Kelly was not above threatening his staff to keep them in line. For example, after informing Mac of a lawsuit filed against him by a 17-year-old girl, Kelly told Mac that she had to pick a team and that in these types of situations, people come up missing. So now you can't make references to nothing either. If so, it's criminal. Wow. Kelly and his staff abided by a strict set of rules with respect to his control over the young girls he invited to his home, studio, and tours. The rules ensured that he controlled virtually every detail of their lives while they were with him. Kelly required girls to wear baggy clothing around him. He made girls call him daddy. Stop. Then it says Stephanie's testimony. I got a question. And this for the adults. Ladies, when y'all dealing with y'all man and it feel good to you, don't y'all call y'all man daddy? Hey, Audra, I got your email. I just couldn't get back to you. But ladies, when y'all with y'all man and y'all enjoying yourself and y'all doing what y'all doing intimately, don't you call your man daddy? So when is it a crime for females to call a man daddy, but then they trying to make it seem like he made them do that? No. See what I'm saying? And forbade them from talking to other men. I mean, ask this question. Why would you want your woman or the person that you're dealing with in another man's face? Girls needed permission to move around Kelly's residence or studio or even to use the bathroom. Hold on. So you mean to tell me, government, that y'all will let people just come in your house and wander around your house and do whatever they want to do without your permission and without you saying something? This don't make sense at all. And trust me, if you come in my, okay, common practice. If I go into your house, and I'm talking to all of y'all, if I come into your house, the common practice is what? To stand there until you're invited to sit down somewhere, right? If you have to go to the bathroom, don't you say, hey, can I use your bathroom for a minute? And you can even tell me yes or no. If you tell me no, then I got to go outside or somewhere to use the bathroom. For matter of fact, if you tell me yes, then I go to the bathroom. But you are asking. Where's the problem? They are criminalizing stuff that happen every day. Let's go into any one of these judges' homes and just say, shit, I'm going to get me a bologna and cheese. I'm going to just walk in the bathroom and go poop. You're going to jail. So it says, likewise, girls were required to stay inside Kelly's van when traveling around Chicago. Don't you think that's a safety precaution? Kelly also required girls to write letters attesting to things that they had never done, like stealing and lying, so that he could use the letters to blackmail use the letters as blackmail and leverage. You don't even know that to be true. But watch people run with that. Kelly subjected his victims to humiliating, degrading, and often coerced sexual intercourse. Okay, let me ask a question now. What is humiliating intercourse? What is degrading intercourse? And what is coerced sexual intercourse? Let's go there. Let's go there. What is humiliating intercourse? Because when you look at it and you look at some porno stuff, everything that happens that's FCC regulated in porn film is humiliating. If you want to be technical. So why none of them going to jail? A lot of it is degrading. Like spitting in one's mouth. Like after fellatio, making the other one throw up and go right back to it. That's degrading. And often coerced, right? It's two letters. When you form them two letters together, it destroys all of that. And it forms a word by the word that sounds like this: no. So if a female or a male think that that version of sex is humiliating, degrading, and often coerced, why didn't you say no? Because a lot of it wasn't humiliating to you. It damn sure wasn't degrading to you. And it wasn't coerced, because as long as R. Kelly is there, and as long as you can understand and say, I was with R. Kelly, you was with it. Now, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Hey, Bless. Where's the lie? As long as R. Kelly's name was there and his body was there, you females was with it. You want me to tell you why? Because that's all you heard of. I see it in your eyes, baby. Y'all was with it. Y'all could have easily said no. But you know what y'all was afraid of? He won't let me come back no more. He won't call me. He won't text message me. Oh, I got one better. He won't produce my album. He won't give me a hot song. Watch this. For instance, he dictated how he wanted them to position their bodies during sex. Force one victim to perform oral sex on him with other people in the car. Make this make sense. He dictated how he wanted them to position their bodies during sex. So you mean to tell me that you ain't gonna position the body of the female how you like it? Mm-mm. Then they say he forced one victim to perform oral sex on him with other people in the car. He forced one victim. Make this make sense. With other people in the car, the word simply could have been no. And ain't nobody doing nothing crazy with witnesses around. If it was that type of party. and demanded another victim to spread urine and feces on her naked body while calling him daddy. Really? Really? Somebody been watching Two Men in a Cup. Kelly also sought to punish the victims by demanding that they record humiliating videos. On one occasion, Kelly instructed Juice to procure a new iPad so that Jane could use it to film herself eating feces as punishment. I got one question. Why Jane ain't dead? Why Jane ain't go to the hospital? I know somebody said, well, why is Dana asking that question? Okay, you eat some feces and see what the hell happened to you if you don't go to the hospital immediately. You eat some feces and don't go to the hospital immediately. Your parents is going to be preparing for your funeral. Leckman said, I bet the prosecutor have done way worse. So he also did not tell his victims that he had herpes. Hold on. So now they go back to herpes? I thought it was gonorrhea. See how they lie? That part right there, Prima, you took it right out of my mouth. Why Juice ain't testify? Why wasn't Juice made to testify? Because her mama testified, and her mama say she ain't see nothing like that. He also did not tell his victims that he had herpes and did not use a condom during sexual intercourse. How do you know, government, he didn't use a condom? Genital herpes ain't coming up the shaft, though. If he had genital herpes at all. Several of his victims contracted herpes after their sexual contact with Kelly. Hold on. So now herpes pick and choose who it want to infect. The victims. The indictment referenced 6 victims because 5 are directly relevant to the appeal. We provide more detail on those individuals. Aaliyah, Stephanie, Jane, Geronda, and Faith. Let's break it down. Aaliyah, dead and gone. A dead woman can't talk. And the way the law states, you can only use her last testimony. And her last testimony was they were not sexually involved and they did not have sexual relations and they did nothing sexually. So if that's the law and if that's the case, why are the government overlooking what Aaliyah has said? Because it don't fit the narrative. The 6th victim, Sonia, testified that Kelly invited her to a studio where she was detained in a room for days. United States versus Kelly. At the conclusion of trial, the jury found that with respect to Sonia, the government did not prove the kidnapping and Mann Act violation beyond a reasonable doubt. Sonia's case was thrown out. Pause. But Sonia's case mirrored Stephanie, Jane, Geronda, and Faith. So the question is, how could the jurors see the lie that Sonia brought, but not the lies that Stephanie, Jane, Geronda, and Faith brought? Prima said they just proved how the government was really trying to put together stories. Facts. So if Sonia couldn't prove the kidnapping and Mann Act violation beyond a reasonable doubt. How was Stephanie, Jane, Geronda, and Faith able to do it? So the first one is Aaliyah. Kelly met Aaliyah in 1992 through Barry Hankerson, his manager, and Aaliyah's uncle. When she was at most 13 or 14 years old, Kelly and Aaliyah began working together on music and spent an increasing amount of time alone with each other. Well, don't stop. Now, it says Aaliyah began working together. Kelly and Aaliyah began working together on music and spent an increasing amount of time alone with each other, right? But didn't everybody say that Aaliyah's mother, daddy, or brother was always around? So if that's the case, how was R. Kelly messing with Aaliyah? At some point, Smith asked Kelly if he was messing with Aaliyah, which Kelly denied. In the middle of 1994 tour, before taking the stage to perform, Kelly told Smith that Aaliyah's in trouble, man. We need to get home. On the plane back to Chicago, listen, on a plane back to Chicago, and everybody know Rob don't like flying, Smith learned that Kelly was rushing home because Aaliyah thought she was pregnant. Kelly told Smith that he and McDavid were planning for Kelly to marry Aaliyah. Now, see how the story switch up? That's not what Demetrius said. Smith came up with the idea of procuring a false identification card for Aaliyah, who was underage and could not legally marry. The group drove to a welfare office in Chicago where Smith bribed the city clerk with $500 to create a false identification card. The group created another identification card for Aaliyah, which falsely stated that she worked at a FedEx. Kelly and Aaliyah went to City Hall and obtained a marriage license using Aaliyah false identification cards. A preacher married them at a hotel and a hasty ceremony. Make this make sense. You go to City Hall, taking a chance with fake IDs, then go to a hotel to get married. Who do you think you playing with? Who do you think you playing with? So you will go to City Hall with fake IDs to get a marriage license and then go to a janky hotel. Stephanie met Kelly in 1998 when she was 16 years old at the flagship McDonald's in downtown Chicago. A member of Kelly's entourage approached Stephanie, who was there on a double date with her boyfriend and another couple. The man asked Stephanie's age, and she responded truthfully that she was 16. The man handed Kelly's number on a slip of paper to Stephanie, gestured toward Kelly, who was looking at Stephanie from a distance, and told Stephanie that Kelly wanted her to call him. She threw the paper away because she did not intend to call Kelly. Stephanie encountered Kelly for a second time a year later. They began talking, and Kelly invited Stephanie to the studio, saying he would like to get to know her. Within a couple of weeks, Stephanie visited the studio where an employee escorted her to a waiting area. Kelly picked up Stephanie and initiated sexual intercourse. Stephanie and Kelly continued to see each other 6 to 8 times per month for a period of approximately 6 months. They had sex every time they saw each other, and Kelly sometimes video recorded their sexual activity. Stephanie eventually did not want to see Kelly anymore because their sexual encounters made her feel used and humiliated and degraded. Stop. Y'all dealt with each other for 6 months, allegedly. And y'all seen each other 6 to 8 times per month, right? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36. Let's do 6, right? So y'all had sex 36 times in 6 months. Now all of a sudden you feel used and humiliated and degraded. After the 36th time, after y'all doing with whatever y'all did, however y'all did, now you feel used, humiliated, and degraded. Let me take some of y'all questions. Hold on, let me see. See what y'all saying. Hold on. And what up, Lily? Let me see what y'all saying. Let me see what y'all saying, because this is not making sense to me. So maybe I'm not the one that it makes sense to. You know what I mean? Oh. Okay. Okay, we good now? We good? No, it's not over. We good? I don't know why this happening, man. I hate this. ID at 583. Citation omitted. Kelly's argument that the enterprise purpose was unrelated to the racketeering acts is an argument about the nexus between the enterprise and the pattern of racketeering, but it is not an issue we consider when determining whether a RICO enterprise exists in the first place. See Indelicato 865 case law. In support of his claim that individuals in a RICO enterprise must have a fraudulent or illegal common purpose, Kelly principally argues that we are bound by statements made in our decision in First Capital Asset Management, Inc. versus Satinwood case law. Specifically, he relies on our observation that for an association of individuals to constitute an enterprise, the individuals must share a common purpose to engage in a particular fraudulent course of conduct and work together to achieve such purposes. ID at 174. Kelly's interpretation of Satinwood as setting a heightened standard for RICO enterprises overlooks the context for our discussion in that case. That quoted phrase was ancillary to a discussion regarding the nexus requirement between an enterprise and racketeering activity and was merely dicta. Moreover, the quoted language, if read as a holding, would contradict both Turkett and United States versus Mozzie case law. There is no restriction upon the associations embraced by the definition of enterprise in Section 1961. On its face, the definition appears to include both legitimate and illegitimate enterprises within the scope. See also Cedric Kushner Promotions, Ltd. versus King case law. The Supreme Court has held that RICO protects the public from those who would unlawfully use an enterprise, whether legitimate or illegitimate, as a vehicle through which unlawful activity is committed. Internal citations omitted. Right? In light of these cases and the language of the statute and association in fact, enterprise need not have an explicitly fraudulent or illegal common purpose to be cognizable as an enterprise under RICO. We also reject Kelly's claim that there was no nexus between the enterprise Rkelly brand and the pattern of racketeering activity. The requisite vertical nexus between the RICO enterprise and the predicate racketeering acts may be established by evidence that the defendant was enabled to commit the predicate offenses solely by virtue of his position in the enterprise or involvement in or control over the affairs of the enterprise. United States versus Menacone. Internal quotation marks, citation, and emphasis omitted. That is precisely the case here. The record is replete with evidence that Kelly was able to commit the predicate acts because he was the head of a close-knit group of associates. And district courts in our circuit have flagged Satinwood's inconsistency with both Supreme Court and Second Court precedent. Wow. He controlled the affairs of the enterprise. For instance, members of Kelly's entourage participated directly in a predicate act when they devised a plan for Kelly to marry Aaliyah when she was underage. Fearing that Aaliyah was pregnant, Kelly told Smith that he needed to marry Aaliyah to protect himself. That's not true. And thereafter, Smith and McDavid bribed the local clerk to obtain false identification for Leah in violation of Illinois criminal bribery laws. Likewise, members of Kelly's entourage helped introduce him to underage girls. With respect to Stephanie, a member of Kelly's entourage approached her at a McDonald's in 1998 and asked her age. Stephanie replied that she was 16. Even though Stephanie had disclosed that she was underage, Kelly's associate handed her a slip of paper with a phone number on it and told Stephanie that Kelly, who was watching the interaction from a distance, wanted to meet her. Stephanie ultimately met Kelly for the first time in 1989 when she was 17 years old. Kelly also directed his staff to facilitate his abuse of girls in violation of the Mann Act. Employees arranged for girls' transportation to locations around the country to engage in sex with Kelly, enforced Kelly's strict rules for the girls, and coordinated STD treatment for Kelly and his victims. As an example, Copeland received Jane's STD test results directly from the doctor, and runners picked up Kelly's herpes medication. Juice also knew about Kelly's herpes and took the girls to get tested for STDs. I have one question. So why Juice ain't have herpes? I guess Juice had the herpes repellent. There is also overwhelming evidence that Kelly was further enabled to gain access to his victims because of his fame as a renowned singer and performer, a reputation his associates helped him maintain. Indeed, the evidence indicates that Kelly principally relied on his reputation to entice young girls into his orbit. He dangled his influence and clout in the industry to reach his victims. A rational fact finder could therefore have found that the government proved the requisite nexus between the RICO enterprise and the predicate racketeering acts. Kelly's final challenge to his RICO conviction is that the enterprise was indistinct from him because it had no function unrelated to him. Kelly BR at 38. The defendant charged under RICO must be distinct from the enterprise, such as the entity is not simply the same person referred to by a different name, Cedric Kushner Promotions Ltd. Accordingly, we have rejected civil RICO claims where the defendant is a corporate entity. What did I tell you? Where the defendant is a corporate entity. So when I tried to tell y'all about your status changing, and we had the naysayers come in talking about, oh no, he's a conspiracy theorist, and he's what they call them people for them crazy folks. But I think they live in public and private together. What you call it? Anyway, when I was called those, I was told that I didn't know what I was talking about. But now the Second Court of Appeals is telling you exactly what I've been telling you for the longest. The only way they can bring a RICO is because his status wasn't changed and because they are under the presumption that R. Kelly and Robert Sylvester Kelly is the same corporate entity. I've been telling y'all that. But nobody wanted to listen to me. And the enterprise is made up of the corporation employees acting in the course of their employment. Riverwoods Chapel Corporation versus a Marine Midland Bank case law, where employees of a corporation associate together to commit a pattern of predicate acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation. The employees in association with the corporation do not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. But I tell you, you are a walking corporation until you reclaim your birthright. Kelly, however, is not a corporate entity. See? Kelly, however, is not a corporate entity. As we have explained, the plain language and purpose of the RICO statute contemplate that a person violates the statute by conducting an enterprise through a pattern of criminality. So now he's not a corporate he's not a corporate entity, but R. Kelly is a corporate entity. Robert Sylvester Kelly is not a corporate entity. That's what they're trying to say. And what they're trying to say is that Robert Sylvester Kelly, by the way that they spell Kelly and proper noun, they trying to say that Robert Sylvester Kelly has merged with R. Kelly to become a corporate entity, but Robert Sylvester Kelly by itself is not a corporate entity. Well, I call this fraud, because if you're going to say this right here, why his name is not spelled like that in proper noun at the beginning of the paperwork? Why is it spelled in all caps? Make it make sense. Hold on. So how can they say a RICO doesn't have to explain or have connection to an enterprise, but no co-conspirators came to trial? I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I believe the co-conspirators was at trial, but a co-conspirator, it depends on how they labeled it, don't gotta testify. A co-conspirator can testify in secrecy. So this is what I like. As we have explained, the plain language and purpose of the RICO statute contemplate that a person violates the statute by conducting an enterprise through a pattern of criminality, right? And it says You Lit for Less Inc. versus FedEx Corporation case law, right? Then it says Kelly. Hold on, because I was joked for this. Kelly, a natural person, is distinct from the many people at his employ who carried out his and his brand's affairs. Stop. This is where the federal government effed up. See how they put Kelly? Then they put a natural person. This is not the same Kelly at the beginning of the paperwork. So now that y'all see it for yourself, now would y'all stop believing me when I say I'm a natural person and I spell my name a certain way versus the all caps? Now y'all see it in real time for yourself. It says Kelly, a natural person. But they don't have him as a natural person, but they have him as a corporate entity. See the games? Man. One speaks of being employed by or associating with others, not oneself. Moreover, the RICO provision applies when a corporate employee unlawfully conducts the affairs of the corporation of which he is the sole owner. We conclude that the need for two distinct entities is satisfied here. But I thought they said that he wasn't an entity. I thought they said that he was a natural person. And not even a paragraph later, they said, we conclude the need for two distinct entities is satisfied here. We therefore reject Kelly's sufficiency claim as to the RICO conviction. Mann Act violations. Kelly argues that there was insufficient evidence that he transported Jane and Faith with the intent of exposing them to herpes in violation of the Mann Act. He contends that the illegal nature of the sexual activity was incidental to the trips, and that he can be found to have violated the Mann Act only if he specifically intended to expose them to herpes. Kelly also argues that he did not coerce or entice Jane or Faith to travel to see him in violation of the Mann Act. We are not persuaded. Wow. So now this is a coordinated effort against Robert Rkelly. So now the courts don't believe him. Applicable law. The Mann Act makes it illegal to knowingly transport any individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that such individual engage in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense. 18 U.S.C. 2421A. To prove intent under 2421A, the government must establish that a dominant purpose of the travel was to engage the individual in the charged illegal activity. So they trying to say that he flew them to him just to have sex with them. Section 2422A of the Act makes it illegal to knowingly persuade, induce, entice, or coerce any individual to travel in interstate or foreign commerce, to engage in any sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense. 18 U.S.C. 2422A. The words attempt, persuade, induce, entice, or encourage, though not defined in the statute, are words of common usage that have plain and ordinary meanings. United States versus Gagliotti. Case law. To determine whether the defendant had the requisite intent under 2422A, which imposes no requirement that an individual endeavor to transform or overcome the will of his intended victims. The jury need only consider whether the defendant intended to induce, persuade, or entice the victim to travel to to entice the victim to travel to engage in illegal sexual conduct with him, regardless of whether she expressed or felt reluctance, indifference, or, for that matter, enthusiasm at the prospect of doing so. United States versus Wacker. Case law, which uses language identical to that in 2422A. Application. Kelly argues that any violation of the state laws which prohibit exposing sexual partners to venereal diseases was merely incidental to the woman's travel. The district court's jury instruction, to which Kelly did not object, read, in order to establish this element, it is not necessary that the government prove that engaging in illegal sexual activity was the only purpose for crossing the state line. A person may have several different purposes or motives for such travel, and each may prompt in varying degrees the act of making the journey. The government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, however, that a significant or motivating purpose of the travel across the state line was that the defendant would engage in illegal sexual activity with the victim. In other words, that illegal activity can't have been merely incidental to the trip. Kelly contends that the statute requires proof that he specifically intended to expose the girls to herpes, and that a general intent to engage in sexual activity chargeable as a crime would be insufficient. Kelly misreads the statute. We start with the plain language of 2421A, which requires that Kelly knowingly transported Jane and Faith with the intent that they engage in sexual activity for which any person can be charged with a criminal offense. 18 U.S.C. 2421A. As the district court held, the government was required to prove that Kelly transported Jane and Faith with the intent of engaging in sexual activity with them, and that the intended sexual activity was illegal. Nothing in the statute requires a reading that Kelly was required to also possess the specific intent to expose the girls to herpes. Even assuming he did not intend to infect them, he intended to have sex with them. and the intended sexual activity was illegal because he knew he had herpes and intended to engage in unprotected sex without disclosing condition. We therefore hold that there was sufficient evidence here to show that Kelly transported Jane and Faith across state lines with the intent to have unprotected sex with them in violation of 2421. B, Section 2422. Kelly next argues that the government did not prove that he induced, persuaded, enticed, or coerced either Jane or Faith to travel for purposes of engaging in sexual activity in violation of 2422A. He argues that, hold on, it is also illegal under the California law of statutory rape, which made Jane unable to give effective consent. What? This conduct, too, therefore supported Kelly's convictions for transporting Jane in violation of the Mann Act, counts 2 and 5, as well as the corresponding racketeering acts 9A and 9D. What? It was Jane and her mother who, ho, ho. I was told that this wasn't true. Angelo is in the government paperwork. It was Jane and her mother who tricked him into spending time with Jane without disclosing that she was underage. Similarly, Kelly argues that because Faith was of age. Whoa. Oh, shit. I mean, shucks. It was Jane and her mother who tricked him into spending time with Jane without disclosing that she was underage. Similarly, Kelly argues that because Faith was of age, she could not have been coerced or enticed to travel. These arguments take the focus away from Kelly and direct the focus to the intent of Jane and Faith. The victim's intent, however, is not relevant to this inquiry. Pause. I want to ask one question. I want to go back up to something. I no longer talk to this brother, right? But after seeing all the carnage that he and his crew caused, I'm going to ask this question. Now that you and the father of Jane don't talk, do you feel some kind of way that you did the bidding and a lot of this stuff is coming out wasn't the way that it was told? That's the only question that I got for Larry. And if me and Larry was talking, I would have definitely called him up and asked that question. But this is wild. Because the government is coming out and saying this, and they cool with it. So the more I read this, the more I say Trump need to shut down every agency there is and vet it all out and rebuild again. On top of that, Robert Sylvester Kelly need a pardon. I'm going to say this, LL, I know you're watching. I need you to show this video to DJT. Oh boy. I got to say it one more time. It was Jane's mother. It was Jane and her mother who tricked him into spending time with Jane without disclosing that she was underage. Damn. I don't know how to feel about that now. Wow. I'm feeling some kind of way. These arguments take the focus away from Kelly and direct the focus to the intent of Jane and Faith. The victim's intent, however, is not relevant to this inquiry. So the victim's intent is not relevant. Only Roberts is. Indeed, we have explicitly rejected an approach to 2422 that moves the locus of the offense conduct from the intent and actions of the would-be persuader to the effect of his words and deeds on his would-be victim. Wakar case law. With a proper focus on Kelly's intent and his interactions with Jane and Faith, we conclude that there was sufficient evidence for a jury to find that he coerced and enticed them both to travel to engage in sexually activity for which Kelly could be charged with a criminal offense. How can you say that? How can you say that when you just said it was Jane and her mother who tricked him? Ooh. Kelly argues that he merely invited Jane to see him and that Jane's mother orchestrated their relationship. Even if it is true that Jane's mother helped Jane craft messages and plan her interactions with Kelly, that does not alter the interferences a rational jury could make about Kelly's mindset and intent. You don't know what his intent is. You damn sure don't know what his mindset is. A rational jury could and did conclude from the evidence that Kelly coerced and enticed Jane to have sex with him using promises of free travel to see him perform and tutelage from him and her own career. What? And that this conduct accordingly violated 2422A. The same is true for Faith. Even though Kelly argues that Faith, unlike Jane, was a fully consenting adult woman, the government presented evidence at trial that Kelly told Faith he loved her and encouraged her to visit him while he was on tour. I'm done. I am done. So now men can't lie to women and women lie to men every day. He sent Faith. Hold on, wait a minute. The same is true for Faith. Even though Kelly argues that Faith, unlike Jane, was a fully consenting adult woman, the government presented evidence at trial that Kelly told Faith he loved her and encouraged her to visit him while he was on tour. Okay, what's wrong with that? He sent Faith Copeland's number so that Copeland could arrange for Faith travel. Okay, what's wrong with that? He brought up the topic of her visiting him and encouraged Faith to make plans to do so. What's wrong with that? While these actions were not in themselves illegal, there was ample evidence in the record that Kelly did these things so that he could have sex with Faith in his usual manner. How do you know that? Without disclosing his herpes diagnosis and without using a condom in violation of state law. But she don't have herpes. You know what? If anybody is flying out for Valentine's Day this weekend, don't. Cancel all your plans. Because if you don't, and you make that person mad, you are in violation of the Mann Act. So you mean to tell me I can get mad at my kid's mama and go and have them charged with the Mann Act because they told me they loved me at one point? And we ain't together. And I flew them around. And they came and picked me up and took me around and we traveled together. I'm just saying. Accordingly, there was sufficient evidence from which a jury could find inducement under 2422A. Bullcrap. United States versus Rkelly case law. It is not sufficient that the victims had pre-existing wishes to travel, especially considering that they never acted upon those desires until the defendant made it attainable. Man, Lord have mercy. Man, let me see what y'all saying. Gemini Dawn said, shaking my head, wait to be clear. Jane is ass. Yep. Jane is as real. Yep. Now they can read mine. Shaking my damn head. Right, Judah. Rational jury, my A. Didn't they find out Judge Donnelly kept 5 jurors who saw the docuseries? Yep. They already talked about that. They ain't find nothing wrong with that, Gemini Dawn. So you can't tell a woman he loves her. Faith is an adult. And she didn't get herpes from Kels. But the F? Right. They is talking in circles. Man, I ain't flying nobody else out. Nope. You ain't gonna get me with the Jack Johnson, Willie won't. Kelly also challenges the sufficiency of the evidence supporting his violation of NYPL 120.20, which is the predicate crime upon which 2 racketeering acts and several Mann Act convictions are based. Kelly asserts that the government failed to prove a violation of seeing 120.20 because unprotected sex with a person who carries the herpes virus does not establish a substantial risk of physical injury. Kelly BR at 5'9", quoting NY Penal Law 120.20. We disagree and conclude that there was sufficient evidence from which a rational jury could find that Kelly violated section 120.20 based on his sexual conduct with Faith. Wow. Under New York law, a person is guilty of second-degree reckless endangerment, a Class A misdemeanor, when he recklessly engages in conduct which creates a substantial risk of serious physical injury to another person. New York Penal Law 120.20, serious physical injury is injury that causes. I got a question. If this is a Class A misdemeanor, why is he charged with a felony? Can somebody ask that? Hey, Wani. If this is a Class A misdemeanor, why is he charged with a felony? Protected loss or impairment of the function of any bodily organ. Application. As the jury heard from experts at trial, herpes is a transmissible virus that is both highly contagious and at times difficult to detect. The herpes virus stays in a person's central nervous system forever, and it can reactivate to cause outbreaks of blisters, ulcers, pustules, and vesicles, which can cause numbness and severe pain. Where is that? On occasion, but rarely, it can lead to brain and central nervous system complications. Jane's herpes symptoms were so severe at one point that she could not walk. Kelly did not disclose his herpes diagnosis to sexual partners, including his victims, nor did he use condoms during sex, despite Dr. McGrath's admonitions to use protection because of his diagnosis. Kelly also had a habit of requesting new Valtrex prescriptions, even when Dr. McGrath prescribed him enough medication to last months at a time. Based on his evidence, a jury was free to conclude that Kelly engaged in unprotected sex with his victims without disclosing his herpes infection and was not regularly managing his herpes with medication. A jury could find that in doing so, Kelly created a substantial risk of serious physical injury to the victims by exposing them, including Faith, to genital herpes. But Faith don't have herpes. And her mother said that. So why does the government say that she was exposed to it? Make this make sense. Kelly argues that because there is no evidence that Faith contracted genital herpes, there is insufficient evidence that he violated Section 12020. Facts. This argument is meritless. What? Section 12020 criminalizes exposing another person to substantial risk of serious physical injury. Under the plain language of the statute, it is not necessary that the person be in fact injured. The law merely criminalizes the creation of a substantial risk of injury. Wow. Since the occurrence of an injury is immaterial, the fact that the defendants could not have foreseen the manner in which this injury occurred does not negate their liability under the statute. There was sufficient evidence from which the jury could have concluded that Kelly recklessly subjected Faith to a substantial risk of bodily harm by having unprotected sex with her and not telling her about his herpes diagnosis. Forced labor. Kelly was convicted of violations of the Mann Act in connection with Geronda and Faith, predicated on his violation of the federal forced labor statute 18 USC 1589A. As to both Geronda and Faith, Kelly argues that he merely engaged in consensual isolated sex acts with each woman and that no rational juror could conclude that Kelly obtained their labor or services through force in violation of the federal forced labor statute. What? His arguments lack merit considering the evidence adduced at trial. The federal statute prohibiting forced labor, 18 USC 1589A, requires the government to prove the defendant obtained the labor or services of another person. The defendant did so through threats of serious harm to or physical restraint against that person or any other person, or through a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that non-performance will result in serious harm to or physical restraint against that person or any other person. What? And that the defendant acted knowingly. Labor is the expenditure of physical or mental effort, especially when fatiguing, difficult, or compulsory. And service is the performance of work commanded or paid for by another. United States versus Marcus. Case law. Labor or services of another person. The government must also establish a causal link between the labor and services and the serious harm. Serious harm is any harm, whether physical or non-physical, including psychological, financial, or reputational harm that is sufficiently serious under all the surrounding circumstances, to compel a reasonable person of the same background and in the same circumstances to perform or to continue performing labor or services in order to avoid incurring that harm. 18 USC 1589 C2. Ooh, this is serious. I swear, legal ease is nothing to play with. The evidence presented at trial was sufficient for the jury to conclude that Kelly violated the forced labor statute as to Geronda and Faith. Kelly asks us to focus on what he characterizes as the isolated nature of the sex acts themselves, arguing that if we allow his convictions predicated on violations of the forced labor statute to stand, we would be federalizing state law. We understand this concern is a general matter, but we need not address the reach of the forced labor statute at the margins, i.e., whether the statute would cover a single instance of rape, because this is not a marginal case. As we have described at length in this opinion, there was extensive evidence showing how Kelly ensnared young girls and women into his orbit and endeavored to control their lives and secured their compliance with his personal and sexual demands through verbal and physical abuse, threats of blackmail, and humiliation. A jury was permitted to infer from this evidence that Kelly had in place a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the girls to believe that they would be harmed if they did not comply with his sexual demands. What? This is that pact that they was talking about, that if they can't be with him, they was ordered to I guess to off their self or something like that. Finding sufficient evidence to support conviction under Section 1589, where there was evidence that the defendant witnessed his wife humiliate live and domestic servants, force servants into humiliating and painful punishments, and physically abuse the servants. Wow. There is ample evidence to support the jury's conclusion that Kelly obtained the sexual labor of Geronda and Faith during the relevant time periods in and between May 2009 and January 2010 for Geronda, on January 13, 2018 for Faith, through threats of serious harm or physical restraint. Kelly exerted tremendous psychological and physical control over Geronda. For instance, he required her to write a letter falsely admitting to stealing $100,000 of jewelry and to lying about contracting genital herpes from Kelly. What? That don't even make sense. For instance, he required her to write a letter falsely admitting to stealing $100,000 of jewelry and to lying about contracting genital herpes from Kelly. That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense. He hit her when she disagreed with him. He told her that Juice was going to train her on how to sexually please him. He played her a video of them having sex so that he could critique it. On one occasion, he slapped her and choked her until she lost consciousness. After Geronda came to, Kelly instructed her to perform oral sex on him. Yo, this is wild. This is wild. Faith was also subject to psychological control by Kelly. In Los Angeles, Kelly kept Faith waiting in a room for hours without food or water because she did not greet him properly when he first saw her. When Kelly returned to where Faith was waiting, he instructed her to take her clothes off and walk back and forth. Faith said that she didn't want to have sex with him. They went to another smaller room where there was a gun on the ottoman. Kelly then grabbed Faith's neck and guided her into performing oral sex on him as the gun was next to him. Faith testified that she did so because she felt intimidated and that she was under his rules because he had a weapon. Get the heck out of here. Accordingly, there was sufficient evidence for a jury to find Kelly guilty of forced labor as to Faith. Oh, come on, bro. Like, yo, the stackable lies, man. Because even when she said that, the gallery, which is where the juror was at, because you couldn't see the jurors, but the gallery is like, and you can see everything was quiet. Kelly challenges 2 state law convictions that underlie the RICO and Mann convictions, arguing inter alia that the laws are unconstitutionally vague. Specifically, he claims that 1, the government failed to prove that Kelly was infected within the meaning of NYPHL. Unconstitutionally vague. The government improperly indicted Kelly under the 1998 version of CHSC 120290, and 4 section 120290 is also unconstitutionally vague. We disagree with his first 2 arguments and find that his 3rd and 4th arguments are untimely. It's untimely because y'all had it sitting there. Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy. The due process clause of the 14th Amendment requires that every criminal statute give the person of ordinary intelligence a reasonable opportunity to know what is prohibited and to provide explicit standards for those who apply the statute. Dixon versus Napolitano case law. A statute presents vagueness concerns if it does not define the criminal offense with sufficient definiteness that ordinary people can understand what conduct is prohibited, and in a manner that does not encourage arbitrary and discriminatory enforcements. Colinda versus Lawson. Moreover, when, as here, the interpretation of a statute does not implicate First Amendment rights, it is assessed for vagueness only as applied, i.e., in light of the specific facts of the case at hand and not with regard to the statute facial validity. United States versus Rebecki. Because a plaintiff who engages in some conduct that is clearly prescribed cannot complain of the vagueness of the law as applied to the conduct of others, we will uphold a statute against an as applied challenge if the particular enforcement at issue is consistent with the core concerns underlying the statute. Mannix versus Phillips case law. Also, Ville of Hoffman Estates versus Flipside case law. Thus, a defendant who brings a facial challenge to a criminal statute that does not touch on First Amendment rights will fail unless he can establish that no set of circumstances exists under which law would be valid. United States versus Salerno case law. Standard of review. Where a vagueness challenge is not raised before the district court, we review for plain error on appeal. Rebecki case law. We typically do not find plain error where the operative legal question is unsettled, including where there's no binding precedent from the Supreme Court or this court. United States versus Bastain case law. New York Public Health Law 2307. Kelly's challenge to NYPHL 2307 need not detain us long. He contends that the government presented no evidence at trial demonstrating that he was infected with a venereal disease during his sexual interactions with Faith. Kelly, BR at 61. Because Kelly's conduct falls within the core of the conduct prohibited by Section 2307, and a person of ordinary intelligence in his position would understand what infected means under that section. We reject his vagueness challenge. Section 2307 provides that any person who knowing himself or herself to be infected, but what he's saying is that he's not infected. To be knowing himself or herself to be infected with an infectious venereal disease has sexual intercourse with another shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. But y'all charged him with a felony. And then he's telling you that he's not even infected. Kelly argues that he was not infected within the meaning of section 2307 because infected must be interpreted to mean active infection to avoid constitutional concerns. Facts. Because he was not experiencing an active herpes outbreak when he had sex with Faith, Kelly claims that the government did not prove a violation of the statute. He also argues that the provision is unconstitutionally vague because it effectively prohibits individuals with venereal diseases from having consensual sex. Our analysis begins as it must with the plain text, Springfield Hospital, Inc. versus Guzman. Case law. Absent a definition in the statute, we must give infected its ordinary meaning when interpreting section 2307. See Lee versus Bankers case law. It is axiomatic that the plain meaning of the statute controls its interpretation, and that judicial review must end at the statute's unambiguous terms. A person is infected when he or she contains or carries a source of infection. Infected, Oxford English Dictionary. But hold on. Y'all don't go by Oxford English Dictionary, though. Y'all go by the Black Law Dictionary. Then it says, see also infect, Black Law Dictionary, 12th edition, 2024. Hold on. You can't use Black Law Dictionary 2024 12th edition because when y'all was doing this trial, that wasn't even out. Defining infect as to contaminate. Kelly's contention that a person is infected only when he or she is experiencing an active outbreak or some disease or various strains credibility. Credulity to limit the definition of infected to active outbreaks would contravene the plain language of infected and its commonly understood definition. See infected, Merriam-Webster. To be contaminated with an infective agent, such as a bacterium or a virus. It would also contravene the statute's purpose, which is designed to protect sexual partners of people who know that they are infected with a virus but might not be obviously infected. But what if he don't know? The question is, what if he don't have it? Y'all trying to make him have it. There is no such thing stating that he have herpes. He have not been diagnosed with it. Come on, man. That's like me saying, you know what? I'm going to keep it a buck. Everybody have herpes simplex 1. Everybody. That's cold sores. That's bumps on your lips. Everybody have herpes simplex 1. Now, genital herpes and all that other stuff, that's a whole nother level. That's herpes simplex 2. And if you got that, you have been touched. The evidence at trial established that genital herpes is an STD spread by engaging in sexual acts with an infected person. So hold on. Who was the infected person? And from words on the curb, Faith already got infected by her last boyfriend and before she met Robert Kelly. So who gave who herpes? And if Faith mama say she don't have herpes and she ain't catching up from Robert, why is they discussing and charging Robert with herpes if neither one of them have it? Let's go here. Why Faith medical records wasn't exposed? By Azriel, medical records wasn't exposed. I'm talking about in court. Not to none of us, because we don't need that shit. Bloggers don't need medical records. The court does. Once transmitted, the virus stays in an infected person's nervous system forever. And though it can lay dormant for periods of time, the person can still infect others with the virus. How can you infect somebody without an outbreak? That's fraud. Kelly also argues that he was not on notice that he was infected. But this argument is meritless considering the evidence at trial that established that Kelly was diagnosed with herpes and was aware of his diagnosis. When was he diagnosed with herpes? When? You know what? Hold on for a second, y'all. Cause see, this gonna piss me off. And I'm gonna, you know what? Not today. I'm gonna go pull up the doctor's testimony. And we're gonna see if he said Robert had herpes. Okay. Kelly has not come close to meeting his burden of showing that there is no constitutional application for the statute. Kelly purports to invoke the due process rights of the millions of individuals who have herpes and against whom enforcement of the statute may be unconstitutional. But because we treat this as applied challenge, Kelly's invocation of the rights of others whose conduct falls at the outer bounds of Section 2307 fails. See Farrell versus Burke case law. Assert the legal rights and entrance of third parties. Kelly's conduct fails comfortably within Section 2307. Reach. He knew he had a highly contagious, incurable STD, and he knowingly had unprotected sex with multiple women, including Faith, without disclosing his condition, thus exposing them to the virus without their knowledge. Kelly's vagueness challenge fails. But how can you say he knew when he never was diagnosed with it? This is what I mean. You know what? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Was it in here? No, it's not on this computer. It's on the other one. Okay. California Health and Safety Code 120290. As to CHSC 120290, Kelly argues he was improperly charged under a now repealed version of the statute and that the repealed version is unconstitutionally vague because this objection was not properly raised in the district court. It was forfeited and we do not reach its merits. The version of CHSC 120290 in effect at the time of the conduct charge in the indictment between April and May 2015 provided any person afflicted with any contagious, infectious, or communicable disease who willfully expose himself or herself to another person or any person who willfully exposes another person afflicted with the disease to someone else is guilty of a misdemeanor. California Health and Safety Code. The government argues that Kelly's claim that he was improperly charged under the 1998 version of the section 12029 is untimely under federal rule of criminal procedure 12C3 and is also meritless. How can it be meritless and untimely? Make this make sense. This is crazy. We agree as to timeliness. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 12B3B provides that a defect and the indictment must be raised by a pretrial motion if the basis for the motion is then reasonably available and the motion can be determined without a trial on the merits. Here, the indictment made clear that the government was charging Kelly under the 1998 version of CHSC 120290, the version in effect at the time he engaged in the charged conduct. But Kelly did not raise an objection to this use of the 1998 version until several weeks after trial had commenced. So that means, Greenberg and them screwed him. Greenberg and Nicole screwed Robert Kelly. Because they the ones that did all of that. And indeed, trial commenced on August 18, 2021, and Kelly did not raise the issue until September 18, 2021. And a letter to the court. His challenge was therefore untimely under Rule 12B3B. See United States versus O'Brien, case law. If a motion failing within Rule 12B3 is not made before trial or before such pretrial deadline as may be set by the court for such motions, it is untimely. Moreover, Kelly did not explicitly object to the 1998 version of the statute used in the indictment. Instead, he first raised the issue while trial was underway, when he submitted a letter requesting amendments to the proposed jury instructions. In his letter, he observed that CHSC 120290 text was different from the text provided of the 1998 version. Greenberg did that. Like I said, Greenberg messed him up. Greenberg and Nicole. And the jury instruction, but proposed no alternative language for use in the instruction. The district court did not explicitly rule on the request, but effectively denied it by using the 1998 version of the CHSC 120290 and the issue jury instructions. Jesus Christ. Before trial, Kelly made no arguments with respect to an improper charge or a defect in the indictment, and he did not ask the court to dismiss the charge. He also did not argue before trial that the 1998 version of the statute was unconstitutionally vague. See United States versus Crawley case law, finding that because the defendant failed to identify any terms in the indictment that were too vague or general in his pretrial motion to dismiss his indictment as vague, his motion was untimely and his objection was forfeited. But see Fed R. Crimp 12C3 Advisory Committee notes to 2014 amendments. New paragraph C3 governs the review of untimely claims previously addressed in Rule 12E, which provided that a party waives a defense not raised within the time set under Rule 12C. Rule 12C3 retains the existing standard for untimely claims. The party seeking relief must show good cause for failure to raise a claim by the deadline, a flexible standard that requires consideration of all interests in the particular case. Because Kelly did not argue, much less demonstrate good cause for failing to raise a pretrial challenge to his indictment, his argument, in addition to being untimely, was forfeited. In light of this conclusion, we do not address the related merits arguments. Jury selection. Kelly argues he was denied a fair and impartial trial, contending that after conducting voir dire, the district court impaneled 4 jurors who were biased against him. He also brings an ineffective assistance of counsel claim against trial counsel for the purported failure to conduct any meaningful voir dire of those jurors. Standard of review. Despite its importance, the adequacy of voir dire is not easily subject to appellate review. Hold on, let me see what y'all are saying. Hold on, let's see. Let's see what y'all saying. Let me see. Oh, expect the mainstream media and blogs to get it wrong again. They already mentioned Aaliyah, right? So he has magical herpes. Wait a minute. So he has magical herpes all of a sudden. Poof. He has it, but don't have it. Shaking my head. I can't. The government has mental illness. They need to get it. They need to get it checked out by God. Wow. That effed up Greenberg and Nicole need to be investigated. Hey, Zola. I remember in the appeal hearing, they thought Bonjean was his lawyer in New York. Shaking my head. That part. That part right there. To appellate review, Rosella's Lopez versus United States. That is because the trial court, not unlike jurors later on in the trial, is best positioned to reach conclusions as to impartiality and credibility, relying on its own evaluations of demeanor evidence and of responses to questions. United States versus Naives. Internal quotation marks omitted and alterations adopted. Accordingly, the district court enjoys ample discretion. In determining how best to conduct a voir dire. Rosales Lopez, case law. And we will not reverse unless we determine that the district court abused its discretion. See United States versus Laws, case law. When a defendant raises a claim for ineffective assistance of counsel on direct appeal, we may, one, decline to hear the claim, permitting the appellant to raise the issue as part of the subsequent petition for writ of habeas corpus. 2, remand the claim to the district court for necessary fact finding. Or 3, decide the claim on the record before us. United States versus Tarbell, case law. The Supreme Court has instructed that a habeas petition is the preferable vehicle for lodging an ineffective assistance claim, CID at 128-29, but that we may decide the claims on the merits on direct appeal when their resolution is beyond any doubt, or to do so would be in the interest of justice. United States versus Kimber, case law. Applicable law, impartial jury. The Supreme Court has recognized that the voir dire process plays a critical function in assuring the criminal defendant that his Sixth Amendment right to an impartial jury will be honored. Naive's case law. An impartial jury is one capable and willing to decide the case solely on the evidence before it. United States versus Perez, case law. And trying and accuse before a jury that is actually biased violates even the most minimum standards of due process. United States versus Nelson, case law. Although a district court enjoys broad discretion in conducting voir dire, it must, at a minimum, remove prospective jurors who will not be able impartially to follow the court's instructions to evaluate the evidence. Lopez case law, according United States versus Colombo case law. The defense deserves a full and fair opportunity to expose bias or prejudice on the part of veneermen, quoting United States versus Bonds case law. There must be sufficient fact-finding at voir dire to allow for facts probative of any of these forms of bias to reveal themselves. Otherwise, fundamental unfairness arises if voir dire does not adequate to identify unqualified jurors. Naive's case law. For voir dire to be so insufficient as to call for reversal, the record viewed as a whole must show either a voir dire so demonstrably brief and lacking in substance as to afford counsel too little information even to draw any conclusions about potential jurors' general outlook, experience, communication skills, intelligence, or lifestyle. A failure to inquire about or warn against a systematic or pervasive bias, including one that may be short-lived but extent at the time of trial. Or 3, a record viewed in its entirety suggesting a substantial possibility that a jury misunderstood its duty to weigh certain evidence fairly that would have been clarified by asking a requested voir dire question. This is a lot. This is a lot. Ineffective assistance of counsel to prevail on a claim. Ineffective assistance of counsel to prevail on a claim or ineffective assistance of counsel. A defendant must show that one counsel's performance was deficient because it fell below an objective standard of reasonableness. And 2, the deficient performance was prejudicial. Strickland versus Washington case law. For prejudice, a defendant must demonstrate there is a reasonable probability that, but for counsel unprofessional errors, the result of the proceeding would have been different. Application. We have examined the record and conclude that none of the jurors whom Kelly challenges on appeal were improperly impaneled. For that reason, the resolution of Kelly's ineffective assistance of counsel claim is beyond any doubt, and resolving the claim on appeal is an interest of justice. Kimber case law. Kelly contends that jurors 3, 4, 5, and 12 could not be fair and impartial toward him because of their personal knowledge of his case, their consumption of media about his alleged crimes, and their opinions on STDs. He claims it was reversible error for the district court to impanel them despite their answers to be written into the written questionnaire and their responses during in-person voir dire. The government said, we are not persuaded. The district court conducted extensive voir dire, beginning with questionnaire containing 108 questions that went to a pool of approximately 575 prospective jurors, and for which 251 were dismissed for cause based on their answers. Kelly's counsel then submitted the names of 145 additional prospective jurors whom they challenged on his behalf. The government submitted a list of additional 34. These individuals were excused prior to voir dire. The district court also directed the parties to submit any additional questions they want for in-person voir dire. The district court then conducted in-person voir dire of the approximately 145 remaining prospective jurors. a process that spanned 2 days. During in-person voir dire, the district court addressed the prospective jurors as a group and explained basic principles of law, including the presumption of innocence. The district court then questioned the prospective jurors individually, asking about their answers to the written questions and soliciting additional questions from the parties. Bearing in mind the district court's substantial discretion in conducting voir dire and the other principles articulated above we find no reversible error here in the impaneling of jurors 3, 4, 5, and 12. The record indicates that each juror was subject to thorough questioning by the district judge during in-person voir dire. The district court determined, based on that questioning, that after giving each side an opportunity to request further questioning, that each juror could be impartial when deciding the case. The following discussion with juror 3 is reflective on the exchanges with all 4 jurors. In response to a question in the questionnaire asking prospective jurors if they had read, seen, or heard anything about the case, the alleged crimes or people involved, juror 3 prospective. Juror 25 answered, "I saw the documentary, but I forgot the name of it." Get out of here, man. You saw the documentary, but you forgot the name of it. Sealed appendix at 183. The questionnaire also asked prospective jurors if they had read, seen, or heard about Robert Kelly, also known as Rkelly. Juror 3 marked a box for yes and wrote entertainer. "I heard that he has been sleeping with underage girls." Finally, in response to another question, juror 3 wrote, "I saw a documentary about Kelly and his legal troubles." That's enough to get him thrown off. "I don't know the full story, so I have no feelings about it. I remain impartial." Get the hell out of here. Whoa. During the in-person voir dire, the district judge and juror 3 had the following exchange. The court: "Mr. Kelly is presumed innocent, and it is the government that has the burden of proving his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are selected as a juror, I will explain what those terms mean in more detail. But is there any reason you can't follow the instruction?" Prospective juror: "No reason at all." The court: "Is there any reason at all why you wouldn't be able to give both sides a fair trial?" Prospective juror: "No." Like he gonna sit there and tell you the truth. Let's see what y'all talking about. Hey, darling. You know what I'm talking about. Persona, hey. Tiana Williams said, "Set him up. I'm sorry. Kels did some of this to himself. He had no business messing with some of those girls. But where's Joycelyn?" That's a good question, Tiana. And she kept those jurors, shaking my head, right? Keep him locked up with Diddy. But everybody have their own opinion, Tiana. I say free R. Kelly. I'm so sick of hearing about those underage girls, which is nothing but lies. Facts. They have not proved that nobody was underage. Rashana, hey. I love to see people with different opinions come in because that lets me know that they haven't really been paying attention. That's all. Don't talk greasy to them. Let's just educate them on the things that we know versus what they've been told. Neither party exercised any challenges to excuse juror 3, who was seated on the jury. We agree with the district court that none of the challenges the defendant asserts on appeal would have warranted granting a challenge for cause. Yo, Canick, Greenberg, Nicole, they have messed him all the way up. These circumstances are nothing like the Viadur we found lacking in Naives, where the district court merely explained several foundational trial concepts and asks just 3 or 4 demographic questions during individualized Viadur. We are satisfied that the district court here, through its lengthy questionnaire and 3-day in-person Viadur process, elicited more than sufficient information to permit Kelly to intelligently exercise his 4 cause and peremptory challenges, quoting Colombo case law. The record also illustrates that all 4 now challenged jurors represented to the district court that they could be fair and impartial, follow the presumption of innocence, and hold the government to its burden of proof, and that anything they had heard or read about the case would not impair their fairness. The trial court accepted these representations, and it did not abuse its discretion in doing so. Kelly also cannot meet the burden of showing that counsel's performance was so deficient during Viadur that counsel was ineffective. The record shows that counsel's performance did not fall below an objective standard of reasonableness. Indeed, trial counsel actively participated throughout Viadur. Counsel made several successful for cause challenges over the government's objection. Government's opinions at 455 to 61. Defense counsel successfully persuaded the district court to dismiss a prospective juror who was a supporter of the Me Too movement, stated that she believed that in most cases, women don't lie about allegations of sexual assault. Kelly therefore cannot meet the requirements of Strickland because he cannot show that counsel performed unreasonably during Viadur. The Rule 404B evidence. Kelly challenges several of the district court's evidentiary rulings, arguing that with virtually no limitation, the district court permitted the prosecution to inundate the jury with excessive bad act evidence, mostly under the theory that the evidence was relevant to the means and method of the enterprise. We consider the most admissibility of 4 sets of evidence. 1, evidence that Kelly exposed other women to herpes, offered to establish Kelly's knowledge of his diagnosis and to corroborate other testimony that it was his practice to have unprotected sex. 2, the testimony of an alleged victim of Kelly's uncharged conduct that she saw Kelly performing oral sex on Aaliyah. What? Oh no. So they took JoJo testimony and ran with that. The testimony of an alleged victim of Kelly's uncharged conduct, and Kelly never touched her, that she saw Kelly performing oral sex on Aaliyah, offered to prove Kelly's motive to obtain false identification for Aaliyah. 3, testimony from alleged victims of Kelly's uncharged conduct regarding his sexual contact with them, offered as evidence of the enterprise means and methods. And 4, video recordings by Kelly of his sexual activity, offered as evidence of Kelly's practice of recording his sexual encounters and as evidence of the enterprise means and methods. But that's not illegal. None of that is illegal. And And I'm gonna be honest, JoJo went and sat with Sparkle and got all that, and then ran and made it seem like she was there. That's crazy. Wow. A standard review. We review a district court's evidentiary ruling for abuse of discretion and will disturb an evidentiary ruling only where the decision to admit or exclude evidence was manifestly erroneous. United States versus Lativic case law. To find such abuse of discretion, we must conclude that the trial judge's evidentiary rulings were arbitrary and irrational. United States versus Paulino case law. Quoting United States versus Densa case law. Even if evidentiary ruling is manifestly erroneous, we will affirm. Wow. And the defendant is not entitled to a new trial. If the error was harmless, United States versus Siddiqui case law. We accord great difference to a district court in ruling as to the relevance and unfair prejudice of proffered evidence, mindful that it sees the witness and the parties, the jurors, and the attorneys, and is thus in a superior position to evaluate the likely impact of the evidence. Paulino case law. When reviewing a district court's rule 403 determination, we genuinely maximize the evidence probative value and minimize the prejudicial effort of the prejudicial effort. United States versus McPartland. Alteration adopted, quoting United States versus LaFlamme. Applicable law. Rule 404B. The federal rules of evidence governs the admissibility of other acts, crimes, wrongs, or acts other than those charged. Federal evidence 404B. Evidence of other acts is not admissible if offered to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character. ID 404B1. Such evidence may be admissible, however, if offered for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. This court takes an inclusionary approach to Rule 404B, under which all other evidence that does not serve the sole purpose of showing the defendant's bad character and admissible subject to Rule 402s and Rule 403s, respective relevance and prejudice considerations. United States versus Pasquarelli, 84. 2012, explaining that evidence of uncharged criminal conduct that is inextricably intertwined with the evidence regarding the charged offense or necessary to complete the story of the crime on trial is not generally considered to be evidence of other acts governed by Rule 404B at all. To determine whether a district court properly admitted other act evidence, we consider whether 1, it was offered for a proper purpose, 2, it was relevant to a material issue in dispute, 3, its probative value is substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effort, and 4, the trial court gave an appropriate limiting instruction to the jury if so requested by the defendant. Even if evidence is admissible under Rule 404B, it must still pass the balancing test set forth in Rule 403. See United States versus Scott. In other words, the probative value must not be substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following unfair prejudice: confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Application. To the extent that evidence was inextricably intertwined with the evidence of the RICO conspiracy and of the charge act, it falls outside the scope of 404B. Even so, each challenge category of evidence would also be admissible under that rule, as we now explain. The evidence of herpes. Kelly first contends that the district court abused its discretion when it admitted massive amounts of evidence. Kelly exposed others to herpes and transmitted it to them. Kelly BR at 90, we disagree. Whoa. Hold up. Hold the hell up. Okay. It was neither arbitrary nor irrational for the district court to admit evidence that Kelly transmitted herpes to others. Kelly argues that the evidence was excessive and unduly prejudicial, considering Dr. McGrath's unequivocal testimony that Kelly was diagnosed with and receiving treatment for herpes. But as the government points out, and the district court noted, evidence that Kelly transmitted herpes to several other women, one of whom told Kelly that she had contracted the disease. Wait a minute. But Faith says she don't have it. Her mother says she don't have it. And another of whom was with Kelly in his home when she received her diagnosis was directly probative of Kelly's knowledge of his diagnosis. But we don't know if she got it, which the government was required to establish to prove Racketeering Acts 8, 12, and 14, as well as counts 6 through 9. This evidence was relevant and probative, especially because defense counsel did not stipulate that Kelly knew he had herpes, because he don't have it. The use of this evidence falls squarely within Rule 404B's proper purposes. Furthermore, we cannot say that the district court abused its discretion in balancing the probative value and prejudice of this evidence, especially considering that Kelly put his knowledge of his herpes diagnosis at issue, and the government was entitled to refute that assertion. Angela's testimony about Aaliyah. We also conclude that the district court did not abuse its discretion when it allowed Angela to testify about seeing Kelly perform. JoJo didn't see R. Kelly perform sexual intercourse on Aaliyah. This testimony was admissible because it was probative of Kelly's motive to bribe local officials to fabricate identification for Aaliyah. Robert ain't know nothing about that. That was just a me. Oh, come on, yo. Robert ain't know nothing about that. The testimony was especially relevant to establish that Kelly and Aaliyah had sexual relationship in the first place, given defense counsel's refusal to concede that fact. Thank you. The probative value of Angela's testimony was not substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice to Kelly, but because the testimony about Kelly's sexual relationship with Aaliyah was not more inflammatory than the charged crime. United States versus Lavoni. Other victim testimony. We are also unpersuaded by Kelly's argument that the testimony of other witnesses, Addie, Alexis, Kate, Addie, Alexis, Kate, Anna, Angela, Lewis, and Alex, was cumulative and unduly prejudicial because none of the listed individuals were associated with any of the charges. The district court acted within its discretion when it admitted the testimony. The testimony of the witnesses, who were all minors at the time their abusive relationship with Kelly began, is evidence that Kelly's behavior toward the charged victims was part of a pattern. What? Yo, see United States versus Peziona. To demonstrate a pattern of racketeering, it is not the number of predicates proved, but rather the relationship that they bear to each other or to some external organizing principle that indicates whether they manifest the continuity required to prove a pattern. It is well settled that in prosecutions for racketeering offenses, the government may introduce evidence of uncharged offenses to establish the existence of the criminal enterprise. State versus Baez. See also United States versus Major, where the existence of the racketeering enterprise is at issue. Evidence of uncharged crimes committed by members of that enterprise, including evidence of uncharged crimes committed by the defendants themselves, is admissible to prove an essential element of the RICO crimes charge. The existence of a criminal enterprise in which the defendants participated, internal quotation marks admitted. Indeed, the admissibility of such evidence is not governed by Rule 404B at all, because it is direct evidence of the charged conduct. See United States versus Miller, case law. Likewise, we have noted that evidence beyond a defendant's own predicate acts, whether alleged or not, is relevant to establishing a charged pattern of racketeering. United States versus Bassiano, case law. Therefore, we do not hesitate to conclude that the government may introduce evidence of uncharged conduct to establish a pattern of racketeering activity, and that the admissibility of such evidence is not governed by Rule 404B. With respect to Kelly's Rule 443 challenge, none of the testimony was more inflammatory than the charge acts. As a result, we cannot say that the district court abused its discretion in admitting the testimony of the other victims. The video evidence. Finally, 3 of the government exhibits were videos that Kelly made of his sexual encounters with multiple victims. 1, a recording of Kelly directing 2 victims to engage in oral sex. 2, a recording of Kelly spanking a victim who was crying and robotically calling herself a slut and stupid. And 3, a recording of a victim covering her naked body in feces. Pause. Let's dissect this for a second. The video evidence. Finally, 3 of the government's exhibits were videos that Kelly made of his sexual encounters with multiple victims. 1, a recording of Kelly directing 2 victims to engage in oral sex. That's not a crime. I'm just directing 2 folks that want to have sex. Some people get off on that. That's not a crime. 2, a recording of Kelly spanking a victim, Lisa Van Allen. I'm going to tell you what it was. Lisa Van Allen, who was crying and robotically calling herself a slut and stupid. But hold on. They showed that, but didn't tell the jurors that she had stole a $20,000 watch from him. So if she crying and robotically calling herself a slut and stupid, and because he spanked her, that's her fault, not his. He spanked her for stealing his watch. He could have balled his fist and banged in her face, but he didn't do none of that. He took his open hand and spanked her on her butt. And then there's video number 3, a recording of a victim covering her naked body in feces. Hold on. I got a question. Y'all said that she ate it. Earlier on in this, y'all said she ate it. But now in the video evidence, y'all saying that she just covered her body in it. My question is, which lie are y'all going to go with? Kelly argued that these videos were unfairly prejudicial and not probative. The videos, however, were properly admitted to show the means and methods of the enterprise, including the level of control and dominance Kelly had over his victims. The videos demonstrated Kelly demanding absolute commitment and not tolerating dissent, and creating embarrassing and degrading videos of sexual partners to maintain control over them, which were charged means and methods of the RICO enterprise. The feces video corroborated Jane's testimony that Kelly similarly directed her to eat feces as punishment. Pause. So to have feces poured on you is different from having to eat feces. So how do it corroborate Jane's testimony? Make this make sense? Because if she ate feces, she would be dead right now. You can't put discharged waste into the human body. You cannot do it. Your body will reject it and it will shut down immediately. Which is relevant to Kelly's level of control over Jane and whether he coerced her to travel to have sex with him in violation of the Mann Act. So what y'all doing is y'all are taking videos and then making it seem like, oh, this is what he did and he used this to do this and this is what everybody. District Court did not abuse its discretion in admitting this video. Monetary awards, restitution. Kelly challenges the district court's award of restitution to 2 victims and its directive to the BOP to seize funds in his inmate trust account. He does so on 3 grounds. 1, the government failed to prove that Jane and Stephanie herpes diagnoses were attributable to him. 2, the government failed to prove that Jane and Stephanie required a suppressive rather than ad hoc or occasional herpes treatment regimen. And 3, the government failed to prove that Jane or Stephanie required name brand Valtrex over the generic and less expensive valacyclovir. After the initial hearing, the government requested restitution as relevant to this appeal. 1, $3,057. $357,218.18 for Jane, pursuant to 18 USC 2429 and 3663. But I'm gonna pause there for a second because now something's starting to come back to me. Before the case was over, Jane went house hunting, right? So they must have discussed this number with Jane before she even went to trial. With that being said, she knew she was getting this amount before she even went to trial. which sparks red flags for me. How did y'all come up with this number? So y'all paid her $357,218.18 for Jane pursuant to 18 USC 2429 and 3663 for genital herpes related medical expenses, therapy costs, and lost income. I got one question. Is there any proof that she had herpes? When did she ever go to therapy? And when did she lose income? When did she ever have a job? See, many people just going to read to read. No, I'm going to read to break this down. She's been paid $357,000. $218. I mean, $357,218.18. Right? For Jane pursuant to 18 USC 2429 and 3663 for genital herpes related medical expenses, therapy costs, and lost income. You never had a job. You never went to therapy. And from what I understand, what medical expenses? I might be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. And two, $78,981.72 to Stephanie pursuant to 18 USC 3663 for genital herpes related medical expenses and therapy costs. Stephanie, when did you have herpes? And when did you go to therapy? Pause. So those are the only two that got herpes out of all the people in between both of them? Make this make sense. So the reason why that Faith jumped on a separate lawsuit is because she didn't get nothing from the main lawsuit. So Kelly opposed the government's request. At the restitution hearing, the district court imposed a $300,668.18 in restitution for Jane. Ooh. They imposed an extra $300,668.18 in restitution for Jane. Then you get $168,000 for herpes treatment and $19,500 for 3 3/4 years of therapy and $8,200 for Stephanie past therapy expenses. Jane, you took that money and went to Dubai? You went there and started paying for studio time? You went and started buying outfits? You went and bought a new crib? But where's your herpes treatment? And where's your therapy? The district court concluded that Kelly owed Stephanie restitution for her herpes-related medical expenses, but deferred decision on the amount, subject to further clarification from the government as to whether Stephanie was treating her herpes with Valtrex or valacyclovir, the generic, less expensive version of the drug. Pause. But if Faith was the one who said she got herpes, why Faith not in there? On October the 5th, 2022, the government submitted revised calculations for Stephanie, seeking $45,587.20 in restitution for Stephanie herpes treatment expenses. In an order dated November the 8th, 2022, the district court imposed a $70,581.72 in restitution for Stephanie for her herpes treatment and $8,400 as compensation for past therapy costs. Mm, mm, mm. Our review of a district court's restitution order is differential, and we will reverse only for abuse discretion. United States versus Frey. Questions of law raised by challenges to restitution orders are reviewed de novo, while factual questions are reviewed for clear error. United States versus Rafler. Applicable law. Federal courts have no inherent power to order restitution. What? Federal courts have no inherent power to order restitution. United States versus Zangari. That's right. A sentencing court power to order restitution therefore depends upon and is necessarily circumscribed by statute. There are two restitution statutes relevant to this appeal: 18 U.S.C. 2429 and 18 U.S.C. 3663. Section 2429 is the mandatory restitution provision for Mann Act violations. A court shall order restitution to victims of Mann Act offenses and the full amount of the victim losses. 18 U.S.C. 2429 A, B, and 1. Victim means the individual harmed as a result of a crime under this chapter. 2429. The full amount of the victim losses as defined as including any costs incurred or that are reasonably projected to be incurred in the future by the victim as approximate result of the offenses involving the victim, including A, medical service relating to physical, psychiatric, and psychological care. B, physical and occupational therapy or rehabilitation. C, necessary transportation, temporary housing, and child care expenses. D, lost income, reasonable attorney fees, as well as other costs incurred. And F, any other relevant losses incurred by the victim. Oof. Section 3663 is the Victim and Witness Protection Act and permits a sentencing court to order that the defendant make restitution to any victim of an offense under Title 18. 3663A1A. Under the statute, restitution is not mandatory, but the purpose of 3663 is to inquire restitution whenever possible. United States versus Porter, 41 F3D 6870 2D circa 1994. A victim is a person directly and proximately harmed as a result of the commission of an offense for which restitution may be ordered, including in the case of an offense that involves as an element a scheme, conspiracy, or pattern of criminal activity. Any person directly harmed by the defendant's criminal conduct in the course of the scheme, conspiracy, or pattern. 18 U.S.C. 3663A2. Under 3663, a court may require a defendant to pay an amount equal to the loss of necessary medical and related professional services and devices relating to physical, psychiatric, and psychological care, including non-medical care and treatment rendered in accordance with a method of healing recognized by the law of the place of treatment. B, pay an amount equal to the cost of necessary physical and occupational therapy and rehabilitation. And C, reimburse the victim for income loss by such victim as a result of such offense. The government bears the burden of proving the amount of restitution sought, and any dispute as to the proper amount or type of restitution shall be resolved by the court by the preponderance of the evidence. ID 3664E. And while we require restitution awards to be tied to the victim's actual provable loss. Zangari 677 F3D at 91. The amount of restitution need only reflect a reasonable approximation of losses supported by a sound methodology. United States versus Gushlak. Application, Jane. Kelly contends that the district court abused his discretion in ordering restitution as to Jane because, in his view, the government did not meet its burden of establishing that 1, Jane was infected with herpes as a result of the charged conduct. Jane is being treated with a suppressive regimen of Veltrax. And 3, Jane will actually treat her herpes with Veltrax rather than the cheaper generic Valacyclovir. We disagree. Whoa. First, we find the government met its burden of proving that Jane was infected with herpes as a result of the charged conduct. Hold up, y'all. Hold on. First, we find the government met its burden of proving that Jane was infected with herpes as a result of the charged conduct. I thought you got to find out if a person is infected by a doctor visit, not by a charged conduct. Hey, Tanil, that's my question. How do you say somebody is infected with herpes because of the result of a charged conduct? Are y'all looking at this? So you don't get so she don't get tested, but because Robert got charged with the conduct, that's how they determined and she had herpes. Man, get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of no. It said first we find that the government met its burden of proving that Jane was infected with herpes as a result of the charged conduct. Then they say specifically his violation of the Mann Act as to Jane. So y'all find him guilty of the Mann Act and automatically say she got herpes. What? What in the world? The district court did not abuse its discretion in determining that Kelly's Mann Act conduct was sufficiently connected to Jane's harm. Huh? Jane testified that she contracted herpes when she was 17 and during her relationship with Kelly. But hold on. Did she prove a doctor's note? Because how did she get herpes and Dominique don't have it? Joycelyn don't have it. Uh-oh. Then she said she also told Kelly that she had been intimate with only him. From this evidence and the ample evidence that Kelly had herpes, we cannot say that the district court's conclusion that Jane is a victim entitled to mandatory restitution rests on a clearly erroneous view of the facts or on legal error. They never took a sample. They never took a sample. Hey, child. They never took a sample. They never took a culture test. That's what it's actually called. They never took a culture test. Turning to Kelly's second and third objections, we also conclude that the district court acted within its discretion in ordering Jane's restitution and an amount to cover a suppressive regimen of Veltrax. While we agree that restitution for losses must be grounded in some reasonable approximation and not mere conjunction or speculation, see United States versus Maynard case law, we decline Kelly's invitation to undo the experienced district judge's careful rulings after briefing and a thorough restitution hearing. We agreed that the government proved the victim's loss by a preponderance of the evidence and giving the broad remedial measures of the restitution statute. The district court reasonably ordered a suppressive regimen to keep Jane in an outbreak-free state to the extent possible. But you don't know if she have it or not. You don't even know if he got it. We are also satisfied that the district court acted within its discretion and ordering restitution based on the cost of a name brand rather than a generic drug. Covering Jane's cost for a name brand drug does not give her a windfall. Here, Jane would not have had to purchase herpes medication if Kelly had not infected her with the virus. Hold on. But who said he got it? And who say she got it? And like the district court, we are not aware of any authority requiring the victim to pursue the cheapest option to minimize the defendant's restitution expenses. Moreover, the record indicates that both Jane and Kelly were being treated with Veltrex at the time because of the pus from his lymph nodes. I don't know why she was treated. Hold on. In Maynard cited by Kelly, we held that the district court's restitution order gave the victim an improper windfall. There, a bank had been robbed, and the district court ordered restitution to cover the employee's salaries for 2 days of paid time off that the bank had given them to recover from robbery-related stress. We noted that because of the bank would have had to pay the employees for these 2 days, even if it had not been robbed. The order of restitution to cover the salaries constituted a windfall. Additionally, because there was no evidence of suggesting that Jane would or should be treated with the generic drug instead of Veltrex, we disagree with the dissent's suggestion that the district court abused its discretion in awarding damages and the amount of the cost of the brand name drug. Although generics and brand names drugs are often identical, companies aren't required to show that the two versions are therapeutically equivalent, meaning that they don't have to do tests to make sure that patients respond to these drugs the same way they do the brand name version. Staying healthy. Do generic drugs compromise on quality? Oof. Stephanie. As to Stephanie, Kelly argues that there is no evidence that Stephanie contracted herpes from Kelly because his medical records confirmed that he tested negative for herpes in June 2000. And Stephanie claims that she contracted herpes in 1999. He also argues that the district court abused its discretion by inflating the amount of restitution that it awarded her. We agree that Stephanie presents a closer question because of the timing of her herpes diagnosis. And based on our review of the record and the trial transcripts below, we note that Stephanie did not testify about herpes at trial. The evidence of her infection comes from material submitted for sentencing. We nevertheless concluded that the district court did not abuse its discretion in determining that the government met its burden of proving that Stephanie was a victim by preponderance of the evidence. At trial, Dr. McGrath testified that herpes tests can yield false negatives and that Kelly's June 2000 test was not conclusive. What? And in light of Stephanie's testimony that she had a sexual relationship with Kelly when she was 17 years old for about 6 months, and her prior, hold on, yo. Why everybody's story is the same? Everybody had sex with them. Everybody had sex with Robert Kelly when they were 17 for 6 months. Make this shit make sense, man. And her prior statements that she was not having sexual relations with anyone else at the time. We are satisfied that the government has met its burden in this respect. What? Our analysis as to Kelly's challenge to the amount of restitution awarded Stephanie mirrors our analysis as to Jane. The district court's order of restitution was based on the government's reasonable approximation of Stephanie's losses, where therefore affirm the district court's restitution order in all respects. The seizure of funds. On August the 4th, 2022, the BOP seized approximately $27,000 from Kelly's inmate trust account upon the direction of the government. The government then sought an order from the district court directing the BOP to turn over the seized money to the clerk of court for deposit and an interest-bearing account pending a restitution determination. The district court granted the order. They working hand in hand. Kelly challenges this, arguing that the district court lacked authority to authorize the turnover because Kelly was not in default of any fines and was not provided with any notice of default. He contends that there is no authority for the proposition that the government may restrain his property preemptively for use against a future restitution award that has yet to be entered. Kelly BR at 105. He also argues that the government acted prematurely and without legal authority when it ordered the BOP to seize his monies from his trust account, absent any showing that he defaulted. Applicable law. Under the Mandatory Victims Restitution Act, a judgment imposing a fine may be enforced against all property or rights to a property of the person fined. 18 U.S.C. 3613A. A fine assessment or restitution order imposed under certain statutes acts as a lien in favor of the government on all property and rights to property of the defendant. Under the MVRA, if a person obligated to provide restitution or pay a fine receives substantial resources from any source during a period of incarceration, such person shall be required to apply the value of such resources to any restitution or fine still owed. The MVRA expressly states that criminal restitution orders may be enforced against all property or rights to property, making quite clear that absent an express exemption of all of a defendant's assets are subject to a restitution order. United States versus Rkelly. Citation and internal quotation marks omitted. Grebel versus United States case law application. As explained above, a judgment imposing a fine or restitution is a lien on all property and rights to property of the person fined. 18 U.S.C. 3613C. While Kelly makes much of the fact that his BOP funds were seized before an order of restitution was entered, he ignores that the government sought these funds either to satisfy Kelly's restitution judgment, which was yet to be imposed, or to satisfy the court-ordered fine, which had already been imposed. Emphasis, internal quotation marks omitted. Indeed, the district court had already ordered a $100,000 fine, $900 special assessment, and $40,000 assessment under the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act, which well exceed the approximately $27,000 in Kelly's BOP account. Because Kelly BOP funds are not exempt from seizure under 18 U.S.C. 3613A. The district court acted within his discretion in ordering Kelly's BOP funds to be seized to pay outstanding restitution and fines. We see no error here. Now watch this. That's why the Rkelly Defense Fund was put into play by Doug Anton, because you can't touch that. You can only touch the government stuff, but you can't touch that. but the idiots destroyed that. Conclusion. We have considered all the arguments presented by Kelly on appeal and concluded they are without merit. For the reasons set forth above, we affirm the district court's judgment. Then it says Richard J. Sullivan, circuit judge, concurring in part and dissenting in part. I join the majority's excellent opinion with respect to nearly all of defendant Robert Sylvester Kelly challenges on appeal. I write separately only to address what is, in my view, the district court's error in calculating victim Jane's restitution award. I agree with the majority that the government met its burden of proving that Jane was infected with herpes as a result of the charged conduct. What? And that the district court was within its discretion to award Jane restitution for a suppressive regimen of herpes medication. Nevertheless, I believe the district court abused its discretion in calculating Jane's restitution based on a lifetime supply of brand name drug Veltrax, rather than the significantly cheaper generic drug Valacalor. Accordingly, I would remand for the district court to either make additional findings or modify the restitution award. Oh, shoot. Before the district court, Kelly argued that the government inflated the cost of Jane's herpes medication by requesting restitution based on the cost of Veltrax rather than the generic drug. Specifically, Kelly noted that the generic Valacalor costs on average $15.31 for a 30-day supply, resulting in a total lifetime expenditure of $9,829.02. Veltrax, by comparison, costs $421.29 for a 30-day supply and $270,466.18 over the course of Jane's lifetime. In response to those objections, the district court simply noted that Jane would not have had to spend money on herpes medication had the defendant not infected her with an incurable disease when she was 17 years old, and that a victim is not required to pursue the cheapest option to minimize a defendant's restitution expenses. While both of these observations are correct, our case law requires a district court to do more in crafting a restitution award. Specifically, a district court must ensure that the award is a reasonable approximation of losses. United States versus Gushlag. With respect to restitution awards for future medical expenses, we have explained that a district court's estimate of those expenses must be made with some reasonable certainty. United States versus Pearson case law. Here, nothing in the record suggests a qualitative difference between Veltrax and a generic drug, or that Jane used Veltrax exclusively. As a result, I do think that the district court could say with reasonable certainty that Jane would purchase Veltrax rather than the generic drug for the rest of her life, nor could the district court say that the restitution award of $270,466.18 was a reasonable approximation of Jane's future medical expenses. This is especially true considering that the district court calculated the restitution award for another victim, Stephanie, using an estimated price for the generic herpes medication, which was only $35.74 per month. The district court provided no explanation for treating Jane differently than Stephanie. Furthermore, we have previously held that a district court abuses its discretion when a restitution award provides a windfall to the victim. United States versus Maynard case law. While it is true, of course, that Jane would not have had to purchase herpes medication had Kelly not infected her, there is still a concern that the district court's restitution award will provide Jane with an impermissible windfall. Jane could use the restitution award to purchase the generic Valcarol and then pocket the substantial difference. Hold on. And then pocket the substantial difference over $405 per month, which amounts to more than $260,000 over the course of her lifetime. For all these reasons, I believe that the district court abused its discretion in calculating Jane's restitution award based on a lifetime supply of the brand name drug Valtrex rather than the generic drug Valcarol. I therefore respectfully dissent from this portion of the majority's opinion and would vacate the district court's restitution award as to Jane and remand the further proceedings. The district court would then be free either to make additional findings or whether awarding the cost of Valtrex was a reasonable approximation of Jane's losses or to modify Jane's restitution award. In all other respects, I join the majority opinion. Wow. 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 That's all I can say. Like, this don't make no sense. So if you see that the district court overcharged Robert for Azriel, why couldn't you see that they overcharged Robert for the cases too? A lot of things just didn't make sense. A lot of things just didn't make sense. And with that being said, I believe that Robert is a victim of lawfare. I believe that Robert didn't get a fair trial and couldn't get a fair trial. Nowhere. I believe that in order to do the right thing, this man need to have a fair trial, a retrial, and a competent court. It was too much. You got people that wasn't even there that sung back up for Sparkle that gave a testimony. How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you give a testimony and you wasn't even there? You going off of what Sparkle told you. On that note, I don't know what to say. Robert, keep your head up. All hope is not lost. Y'all keep praying for Robert Sylvester Kelly, and things going to turn around. On that note, you don't have to be great to get started, but you have to get started to be great. Be someone important. Be yourself. And remember, elephants don't swat flies, and jets fly over turbulence. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to spend 4 hours and 57 minutes with the greatest one on YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. I appreciate everybody. Everybody that gave a super chat today, I appreciate you. Everybody that sent the Cash App, I appreciate you. I don't do this just for monetary gain. I do this to give information and because I appreciate you. All right. But in order to keep this channel going, it's okay to drop a monetary gift. It's okay. I'm not begging nobody. I'm not demanding nobody. I'm not forcing nobody, because I don't want nobody to have me in paperwork saying that I'm coercing them to do something. But anything that you donate is welcome. And I appreciate Miss Darlene for the 5-piece. I appreciate you so much, Miss Darlene, for the 5-piece. On that note, I see you tomorrow. Or, yeah, I see you tomorrow. Peace.
May I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10.
Nope. Let's go.
Dear Rob, you won't believe what I'm going through. Trying to hold this music down just like you told me.
Thank you so much, LeBron.
Every day I pray.
I appreciate you for 20-piece.
It's so fucked up that it even had to go this way. See, I get lost sometimes. I'm in a different space. All these users around need a familiar face. Surviving chaos, girl, I see that you survived. Ain't taking sides, can't say who's wrong or right. Cause all I know is I'm about to tell the story. Oh, a lot of pain and a lot less glory. Yesterday felt just like last July. I was tired, I tried to take my life. Oh, I'm trying to get my feet back on the ground. If I don't slow down, man, I won't be around. Oh, I'm always trying to help people out, but them the same motherfuckers taking food out my mouth. Taking any love that I can, just to show the world that I can keep me a man. I want a baby, I'm on a family plan.
J-Rock in the building. Lord TT, what's up?
All those abortions that I did.
Teresa.
How ironic I can't have a kid. I guess heaven I need a hug. Is there anybody out there willing to embrace a thug? Feeling like a change of heart, but all I really need is a sign of a word from God. Shower down on me, wet me with your love. I need you to help me and lift me up. Lift me up. Rebels I
Lift every voice and sing till I get heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound. Let it resound. As the rolling sea. I like this part right here. Come on. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. They sing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Now we're adding something to it. Just encourage you. We're taking the church later. Let's go. All the brothers out there. For all my sisters in the struggle. Keep believing, sisters, victory is won. Until that day. Hey. Let us march on to victory. Victory is won.
Swimming in you. Hey, little mama. Said I wanna take a dip in your pool. Just go for a little dive, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah.